PKA 506. We're not 100% sure Filthy knows he's supposed to be here.
We're not sure.
We're not sure. We don't know. We've been
Maybe it'll be a surprise for all of us.
I went to his stream and I like resubscribed like 15 months in a row, and I was just like,
what a good friend.
See you soon. And he just goes, hey. And I was like, I don't think he knows what I'm talking about.
No, I was serious about that.
I meant real soon, like 12 minutes from now.
I can't help but notice you're not subbed to my incredible Fall Guys content for 15 months.
I was, and I unsubscribed. I saw how poorly you were doing. I actually had to, yeah.
So anyway, before we get into anything else, this episode of PKA is brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, ExpressVPN, and Bluechew. We'll learn all about those later, but I guess it's just us boys tonight, unless Filthy decides to grace us with, you really filled that to the brim. Is that coffee?
It's
a little cold brew.
Sweet tea, and I just made sure it wasn't quite so far to the brim all down my...
Kyle has a bit of a drinking problem.
Dude, I'm sure there's more tea in the kitchen. You can always get more. So
that did not go well.
We'll see if Filthy comes and joins us. What's new with you gentlemen since we spoke on Tuesday?
We were just talking about The Last Dance with Jordan, and that Woody has... I watched it the other day, but god damn it, I spilled a lot of tea on myself.
So on PKN, Kyle was saying he watched The Last Dance and he really enjoyed it, and I had only read some of the people's in it responses. Pippin in particular felt disrespected, and I don't know, basically strong dislike of Jordan because of how he was portrayed. Now I'm watching it, and Pippin doesn't come off so bad. Maybe a little soft, but I don't think they painted him like a bad guy.
No, I think what we're seeing is that Pippin was soft and is soft.
He's a little sensitive.
He's still a bitch today. Like Charles Barkley. I can't think of, I don't know who he was making fun of the other day because I don't follow basketball, but I guess somebody had given him
Paul George.
Paul George. What was Paul George calling himself?
Playoff P.
Playoff P. He's like, you can't call yourself Playoff P. You don't go to playoffs. No, you don't see me calling myself champion. If you're losing in the playoffs, you don't see me calling myself Championship Charles. Yo, what's up, CC? No, nobody saying that. I didn't win no championship.
Charles Barkley is the best basketball announcer on air, according to me, by far.
I like him a lot.
He's my favorite.
Yes. He's clearly one of the guys who has so much money that he's just like, I'm just here for the laws. This is good shit.
I wonder why he does it. Does he want more money? Does he need more money? Does he?
I think he likes being plugged into it. The thing he's always loved the most.
That's possible, right? He's probably, he probably likes it more than doing nothing. And it's not an all-year job, I don't think,
No, of course, especially not these days. I saw he's in the documentary because Jordan... I'm gonna get some details wrong, but Jordan played Charles's team in the playoffs. Of course, Jordan won, and Charles Barkley's like, that was the first time in my life that I realized I was not the greatest basketball player in the world. that man over there was, and I didn't even feel bad, honestly. It's a gunslinger contest. He's faster. He's always gonna be faster. I feel like if they'd let him just keep going, he'd be like, he probably whooped my ass today. In anything. He's just better.
In anything.
I'm about halfway through, so I didn't. That must be in the second half. But I did see that as a highlight. And that it's pretty good, The Last Dance. It's on Netflix now if you guys want to watch it, and I'm having a good time. It's not sponsored if you're curious. But
Careful, Kyle.
I'm enjoying it. It's fun to see it. And it's not as when I read about it, I guess Jordan was like kind of behind the making of this, and it's a bit of a Jordan puff piece on how wonderful he is all the time. And I don't think there's very much negative about him that I've seen at all. 6 episodes in, and there's like hardly a flaw. It's always like the second he took the court, he was the best player I ever saw. Doesn't matter whether it was college or into the pros. Jordan's like, I decided that what I had to do, I didn't have a voice. So I didn't assume leadership by talking. I just went and outplayed the best player on the team. And it's like, really? Before the season even started? Maybe. But it's a little suspicious.
One of the coolest things about him is that I've noticed in the documentary is whenever he had to go into a playoff or championship situation, he needed to self-motivate somehow. And so he would find little things. like little slights from a player on the other team, and he would make it the biggest thing, and it would just he would get into his own head. And there was one game where, like, first game of the playoffs, this guy did really well and Jordan didn't do very well, and the guy pats Jordan on the back and says, "Nice game, Jordan." And so that became a news story. Jordan had told everybody, he said, "Yeah, he patted me on the back. It's a nice game. We'll see about that." So game 2, Jordan goes and just blows this guy out, holds him to like 4 points for the game. Jordan gets like 50 or something ridiculous. And then and they asked him in the interview, he's like, "Did he really say that?" And Jordan goes like, "No, no, he didn't say that. I just said he did."
I needed to see the headlines to get myself mad enough to do well.
There was he was playing golf before the playoffs, if I recall, with the Boston Celtics. And Danny Ainge is like, "Yeah, I left with a good amount of Jordan's money. That was probably a mistake." Jordan's like, "Tell DJ I got something for him tomorrow." DJ was their best defender on the Celtics, and Jordan just whooped up on that guy so hard that like they had to he's in foul trouble now. Like he quickly got 4 fouls, so they put another guy on him. I think Bill Walton was the big white guy, and he can be seen cursing out DJ because now he has to defend Jordan, and he fouls out, and no one can defend Jordan without fouling the guy. And
have you gotten to the part where they're talking about the Olympics when I can't remember what country from fucking Europe that dude was from? There was this guy named Kovac or something, but he was from Yugoslavia or
Kukoc or something like
Tony Kukoc, yeah, something like that. And he's in the modern day. Tony is in this documentary explaining what had went down. Well, I guess the general manager for the Bulls is wanting to rebuild soon, and he's all he's talking about is how good this Tony Kukoc guy is from Europe, just singing his praises. Meanwhile, you got poor Pippen over there on his like $300 a week contract or whatever, and you got Michael Jordan. And what they really needed to do at that point, because I think this is Olympics time, is like pick up fucking Dennis Rodman, because I don't think they had him yet. But in any case, Jordan and Pippen do not like how much the GM is talking about how good this white boy is from Europe. So when they play Croatia in the fucking Olympics, they just shit on him. They just shit all over him. They hold him to like 4 or 5 points for the game, and they're just like that's picking on him.
Very difficult, because who else is he going to pass to in Croatia?
Exactly. He's the best player in Europe, and they just shit all over him, and they're laughing about it. And then they go to modern day Tony, and he's just like, I don't understand why they're so mad. They do not like me.
It's on the game. Why you have to be mad?
It was really like that. He was just like, I try my best every day, for life. And they come and they don't like me.
That's like that was the Flyers goalie that got bullied, Brizgalov, where like he got so disheartened being a Flyers goalie because it's the hardest position in the NHL, probably being a goalie for the Flyers. You could have the best night of your life, and the next night give up 1 5-hole, and they'll be like, "Trade him, trade." It's like, and then they'll go through 5 goalies in a year and be like, "Why is it not panning out?" People got one bad game, but there was one time where Brizgalov let in like 9 goals, and like all the Philly media was coming in. He's like, "I write headline for you. Brizgalov suck. He bad at hockey. I'm having bad time. I'll be honest with you. I'm having bad time here. I'm not having fun to play." It's like, what do you do for fun, Ilya? I watched video on internet about space. I have bad hockey game and make me feel good to see how big the space is. This game it don't matter.
Oh, that's great.
Dude.
Oh, I like him even more now. I don't even know him. I watch a video about space being so frank and honest about it. I love that. He's literally telling you what he does. I go home and watch videos.
Yeah, literally, you just look up humongous big on there and you'll find him going, "Universe is so like humongous big." Like,
no one throw battery on Pluto.
There are no park on Jupiter. That's where I want to live.
It's rough as a goalie. See, most players, like in hockey, if they just hustle enough, Philly will love you. Love you. Hustle, bleed every now and then, and Philly fans will love you. You don't even have to be great. You just have to try super hard. You have to have a big fuel tank. As a goalie, though, that's not really an option. You just get shit on.
Yeah.
You guys have a good one now. Carter Hart's great.
As I think about it, though, Snow and Hextall were loved in Philly. You know how they did it. fighting. They're the only goalies who always were trying to fight people. So
Hextall should have got suspended from a lot of games because you're technically not allowed to just skate at the other goalie and beat them up. Right? Like there were a lot of times where there's a big line brawl. This is like the 70s, and so you could do whatever you wanted. And the Hextall would be on this end, trying to come on. And the other goalie's like, no, I don't want to. And then he just books it and skates the entire length of the ice and tackles the other goalie standing still in his net. It's like you need to.
Philly
and then
loved him.
Now he's a general manager for a team, isn't he?
He's great. He's wonderful. And Snow used to fight people too. He was the goalie that replaced Hextall for people watching.
Yeah, Garth Snow.
And I don't know. Good times. I liked it when Philly was tough. I liked it when win or lose for in the 70s clearly, but even the 80s and the 90s, they had some of the toughest guys in hockey. They even if they lost the game, no one wanted to play them. And then that changed, and now that's just normal.
That's how every sport is, right? When you go back to the 2 or 3 generations ago, everybody was just tough as nails and scary as fuck. There's an SNL sketch about the early days of football, and it's got Steve Martin in it, and it begins it's this black and white footage, and Bill Hader's doing his old timey ESPN voice. He's like, "It was the dawning age of the NFL," and no player was more feared than Billy the Gun Van Gogh. And, and he was quarterback. And they go to all these players who ask him, who did you fear the most? Oh, no question, the gun. Everybody says that, and then they show Billy the Gun Van Gogh playing, and it's Steve Martin out there in that old timey meat leather helmet, and he's got a gun. He literally he's got the football in one hand and a revolver in the other. And anybody that comes near him, he's waving it at him back.
Thompson makes it around the line and the gun wins again. Oh,
I was watching.
I'm telling you, no one's going to take him down before they get that gun out of his hands. You got to imagine, when are the other players going to bring their own guns?
I can't find his name quick enough, but there was the Pittsburgh Steelers had a defensive line they called the Steel Curtain. They were very good. They were tough. One guy would fucking wrap his arm up with tape to be like a Popeye super arm. And he used it as a club and just bapped people in the helmet with it as part of his move.
He put other stuff in there too.
Probably.
Glass,
no, just maybe metal, maybe some lead.
I just let me a cast or something, a bunch of paper mache. I don't know. Just make it big and heavy, and he would just clobber people in the head with it. It was. I saw
Fighters
that.
have done that. Fighters have done that where they do the load. I think they call them loaded wraps, where they instead of using that ace bandage type shit to wrap their hands, they're using paper mache or whatever in plaster, and it makes them hard as fuck. And there's that one, I want to say he's a Japanese guy. It's not allowed. It's very much not allowed. Just the gun.
This is striking me as cheating.
Yeah, and there's this one guy who's talking about it. And you notice, midway through him explaining that his opponent had loaded wraps, that he's got a dent in his forehead big enough to put a golf ball in. He's so he hit me in the head here and, crushed my skull. And he's got a hole in his head.
How do you expect not to get caught with that kind of cheating, though?
How would they catch it? They've got to unwrap. They got to take your gloves off and unwrap your hands to catch that.
Oh. Okay, I was imagining that it was the whole thing. It's just a hard player.
You're just walking around with big clubs on your hands, and
they're much better at it now. What happens now is the hands get wrapped under while an official watches them get wrapped, and then the official signs it. So it's across all these layers of tape and stuff. You really can't fuck with it after he does that, and then. After they take the gloves off, they watch the wraps get unwrapped, just so that no one could have fucked with it in the middle.
You should have been doing that from the beginning. That feels like...
Well, they're slow learners, but yeah.
Then again, there are...
Especially with brain injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard today, I'm not going to get into a whole MMA thing, but just sort of an announcement. So on the card that has Khabib versus Gaethje, they're looking to also have Tony Ferguson versus Poirier.
I love it for so many reasons, right? So Ferguson versus Khabib is a fight everyone has always wanted forever. Since, like, we won it 5 times. It's been canceled, maybe. And when Ferguson lost his last fight, it was like we're never going to get it. Well, one, he's 1 fight away. If he beats Poirier, he can get Khabib. So it could actually happen. 2, if a fighter gets injured, like if Poirier drops, I could see them sticking Ferguson in there. A lot of times they'll do that. They'll have a championship fight and then a fight in the same weight class where it's like 2 top contenders that can fill in if things go wrong. So good.
Very excited. I agree with you 100%. Had the same thought process. I really hope that happens. I hate Khabib so fucking much. I just want to see him lose.
He is a good man. I can see. He's still lives with his dad.
Well, not anymore.
Touche. Yeah, I don't know why I went to that.
Your dad's dead.
Yeah, his father died.
I was a terrorist anyway. It's okay.
I mean, according to Conor McGregor.
What more do you need?
Touche again. I stand corrected.
I get most of my life advice from Conor McGregor.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to dive too deep into UFC talk, but that is super exciting. Do you know the date roughly on the October
31st.
Oh, right.
Saturday, Halloween.
When does Israel fight?
Adesanya fights Costa in like a week or 2.
Yeah, I know it's soon. Well, anyway, I'm looking forward to that. I wonder how the rest of the card is. I hope it's good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm super excited. Good cards. It's been a good year for the UFC. Hope John Jones does something before the end of the year, too. That'd be cool.
I would like that. At heavyweight, right?
At heavyweight, yeah.
There's only one light heavyweight fight I want to see, which is the Dominic Reyes. But there's a couple heavyweight fights I'd like to see, so I'm fine with it.
For sure. Ngannou against anything or anyone, if they want to let him fight a person.
Especially Jones or Stipe.
Yeah. I want to see more of that. You know, like every now and then, somebody will tease the sort of man versus animal bout. Like they just did it. They just did it with Mike Tyson. Did you catch this?
No.
So for Shark Week, they had the coolest promotion ever with Mike Tyson, where I kept seeing it on cable. It's like, this week, the greatest heavyweight of all time takes on nature's greatest predator. And it's Mike Tyson getting like geared up on the beach to go fight a shark, but Mike Tyson can't fucking swim, so he's putting on floaties and like flippers, and he's doing that flipper waddle out into the fucking like surf to go fight a shark. Now, in reality, of course, they don't have Mike Tyson fight a shark. That's how all of those shows go. It's an hour-long program, 45 minutes of which are talking about like how fast sharks are and what their bite pressure is. And then Mike Tyson hits one of those machines that makes numbers pop up that we have no way of relating to. Oh, he hit a 1,037. God damn.
Oh, I love those stats. And then you're
Must
like,
be a lot.
Wow, that's a high number. And it's like, let's see where the shark clock's in.
That's a lot of kilograms.
Over a million bite units. And it's like, wow, bite units? Fuck, I didn't know. And some interns that's in the Discovery Channel is like, fuck it, dude, whatever. I want to go get drunk. I'm going to make the stupid infographic.
And at the end, of course, Mike Tyson like does that move that you may have seen divers do where they flip like a nurse shark on its back and like rub its belly, and that hypnotizes them essentially. Like they just kind of lay there with their bellies up
after it's asleep.
You know, he should. What if they done that? What if they like, all right, Mike, now just flip it on its back and it's gonna lay there hypnotizing. I guess you want you now. And he just starts beating the shit out of him. I brought these. He's got brass knuckles. Just literally.
Where the fuck's the shark kidney? Yeah.
The water fills with blood. I'd have been more down for that. I remember when I was a kid, they had a whole show on Fox that was like human versus animal Olympics. Like,
yes.
I want to say one of the competitions, God, I hope I'm right about this. Even if I'm not, it's funnier my way. One of the competitions was like 100 midgets versus one elephant in a tug of war.
Yeah. And the elephant dominates.
He dominates. And
why didn't they pick 100 normal-sized people? That would have been more interesting.
I don't know. But it would have been as fun.
I wouldn't have known who to pick.
100. How much does a dwarf weigh? How much?
Fucking 60, 70 pounds.
That's I feel like it's often traction based. I feel like how much I can pull isn't based on how strong I am. It's based on how slippery my feet are.
Yeah, what kind of shoes
and how much you weigh.
Provided?
Yes.
And the opponent is an elephant. So
no, he's not going to play fair.
He's not going to play.
He has a fundamental misunderstanding of the rules.
Everyone knows elephants cheat.
They can't remember the rules. It's all a lie.
I mean, all the dwarves know they get to go back to their jobs at Disneyland afterward, but the elephant thinks that if he loses the competition, it might be the end for him. So the elephant's got incentive.
I want to say they had like an ostrich versus a black runner, and like they're literally running on like an Olympic track.
And it'll superimpose it, and at no point ever is it like, oh, the human's got a good chance at this one. There was never a twist of fate where it's like, and the human edge it. No, humans get blown it should be called we're the worst animals because
we're great at
long distance running. But I don't want to watch long distance running. I don't want to watch some Kenyan chase down a gazelle for hours at a time. I'd rather see one guy be stronger than a chimp. It's not going to happen to be cooler.
We are literally the greatest long distance runners on the planet of all the animal kingdom. No
when
animal
you
can
say
run it.
We, I'm not in that group.
Neither am I. None of us are. But our ancestors. Right. Well, maybe not our ancestors.
We're really stealing some valor here in our running prowess.
I've never had a problem with stealing valor, and neither has Tracy at Starbucks.
Good.
She doesn't mind.
Get that discounted macchiato.
Oh,
yeah,
now I follow. I'm more of an AutoZone stolen valor, but you do you.
I salute with the wrong hand.
Just to be safe, double up.
Then you know you got the right. For a second, I didn't think you knew what I thought you didn't know how to salute, but one of those was right.
Yeah, you just come in, you just go, hoorah, I will have all right, do you mind if I do really out of breath burpees in the middle of your store while you get my tea ready? Just 3 burpees and just coughing. I saw I need a mask off for this. Oh man, that'd just be an annoying piece of shit, stealing valor.
Those are the worst people. Well, them and child molesters.
Some of this is hitting close to home. I'll let you decide what.
Really, at the very end of it, edge them out.
What scenario is it okay to steal valor?
If it's like really fun.
Okay.
If the discount's more than 10%, or you really want a window seat.
Or a good story for the.
See, I would never steal valor for a discount, but if it's for like a better seat.
Oh, jeez.
Man. I would fake an injury for that. Like I feel like that's the way to really steal valor. Like, don't say that you served in the armed forces. That's not even necessary. You just need well, I can say cancer and not lie, and that won't be any fun. I need a wheelchair or something, or like some that maybe that's a new product. Maybe if you had like some what do you call those fucking things you use when you can't walk with one
walker?
Walker? No,
crutches?
The tooth crutches.
Kyle, I've been there. Right? I hear you.
Yeah, we got 4 hours.
I promise I'm good at code names.
Walking sticks. Armpit levers. What are they?
If you had some of those, you could extendo out. And I was more thinking like at Six Flags. If I wanted to like get to the front of that line.
Or I would want to be able to get a ride on that nice little golf cart they have at the airport and go straight to
that's sick.
I've had a ride. Have you guys ever taken those?
Yeah.
No, never gotten the chance.
I did. It was I had a broken leg, and there was a stop. So in Reno, I walked on the crutches. And by the way, my leg was like freshly broken. It was operated literally the day before. And it was killing me. My hands were hurting. They were red. I must have went 1.5 miles in that airport. And then I had a stopover somewhere, and I took the golf cart, and it was glorious. I loved it. But in terms of getting like preferential treatment, I feel like we need to play this game on veteran mode, right? Claim that you're pregnant and dare the patriarchy to call you on it.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't think there's anything wrong with parking an expectant mother.
I do. I wonder if your opinion will change after you have kids.
It is shitty to do. Like you shouldn't do it, but also it's like, come on now, we need this spot. We need this spot. Like that and that many crippled spots.
I know that it's the veteran spot.
I know that it's like a voluntary disability, right? So it's not the same thing, but they're literally disabled people in the third trimester anyway. If they pop out and skip to the store because they just found out they're pregnant, that is a different thing. But I spent the trimester tying Jackie's shoes for her and picking up anything that was on the floor, and everything was a struggle. And like, I don't know, her back hurt or something. Like, she's all off center.
I don't know. I was always complaining.
It is a while.
Yes. You just zone it out after a while.
It's just a bunch of woe is me nonsense.
Anyway, so yeah, it sort of opened my eyes. Like, this is brutal. And even the new mother thing, like, God, everything's so much harder when you have a kid in tow, and then it's not just the kid, all the luggage that goes with them. Like, if you take your kid outside and you don't have like a change of clothes, a couple diapers, wipes, and I don't know what else, some toys and some other bullshit, food, a whip,
leash.
There's just a lot of shit that they're hauling for these young kids. And look, you can have the good spot. I'll walk.
You're talking about like the expectant mothers thing and the handicap parking. I told on the show a long time ago, but I remember I was taking a shit in a public bathroom, and I was in the handicapped stall, and I was like maybe a third of the way through my poop, and then I see a wheelchair come up to the outside, and I'm sitting in there, and like I start to get like almost cold sweats of panic, where I'm like, this isn't supposed to happen. This isn't supposed to happen. And then he's waiting there, and like the urge to poop is over. Now I need to get out of this situation, and I'm sitting there, and I don't know what to do, and he's just waiting there with his wheels, and then he starts to and aim towards the regular stall. And as he's slipping in there, I see there's enough space for me to open it up and then slither out. And that's what I did. He didn't get a look at my face. I just opened it up. I saw the back of his head. So he couldn't
give a proper description.
So he couldn't give a proper description. And so I was embarrassed. And so, because at the end of the day, I know I'm not supposed to be in that one. But I did, because I wanted to be in that one. It's more spacious. And I get out, nice. I like see the back of his head, and I just boogie. I didn't wash my hands, just straight out of there.
I have a friend. You told this story before, like 2.5 years ago. I have an in real life friend who legitimately holds it against you. And every time your name comes up, he makes a reference to the fact that you use the handicapped bathroom.
Yeah, well, are you so perfect?
He has a disability, but not one that would require the use of the handicap stall that I know of.
Nah, I bet I could take him.
Well, he's got like
his
heart 40% works, so I think
no, that's understandable. That's understandable. But I mean, I've said way more reprehensible things than that, and that's the thing that he's latching onto.
Indeed,
I think that's the thing that hits closest to home. He's literally handicapped, and you were in a handicapped stall taking your luxurious shit.
There was no malice in my heart.
There was malice in your ass, though, because that was a handicapped bath stall. You can't. I was so nervous in prison about using the handicapped shower. I was like, "Can I?" So I was like, "Yeah, those shower nozzles are dope." I'm like, but we do have like a couple guys in here in wheelchairs. He's like, "Fuck them. What are they gonna do?" I'm just like, that's a good point. They don't really have a posse or anything. I guess
that's true. They're not. They're the bikers.
Yeah, I thought I was on the bottom of the totem pole, but yeah, there is the old 67-year-old black man in the wheelchair. I guess he is technically below me. Okay, I'll just use it.
You start like walking up to that guy, like, "Fuck you, dude!" Like thumping him in the forehead, getting tough. Geriatric crippled man, the poor guy. We got Filthy. Filthy, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
We're
yeah, it looks like I'm an hour late, it turns out. I thought I was right on time. No.
Yeah. I popped in your stream and I was like, "See you soon." And you were just like, "Hey." And I was like, "But I don't think he knew I meant 12 minutes soon."
No, I thought it was an hour and 12 minutes. So I just finished at dinner, like called my wife, said like, "Hey, I'm going to be busy on PKA all night tonight." Like I'm staying with my in-laws, talked with them for a few minutes and showed up, thought I was in plenty of time. Sorry.
Maybe it was a time zone thing.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, it feels bad, man.
You're all good.
I haven't been on here before.
I've been I follow you on Twitch, and you've had some real banger, real big streams recently. What is that game you're playing? Like, I'll pop
Battle
over
Brothers.
a little bit. Are you actually having fun with it? You must be if you're playing 11 hours a day.
Great. Game's fucking great. All right. Do we want, I don't want to interrupt topics, and do you guys want a little update?
Oh, you're good.
Right. Yeah.
So I moved to Cedar Rapids this year for my wife's job. That's Cedar Rapids, Iowa, from Oshkosh. I'm just touring the middle.
City.
Glorious. Yeah. I mean, mostly, I'm worried it's a little too urban. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Two McDonald's.
Dude, that Cedar Rapids traffic. Oh, don't get me started.
Well, I was there for a month. Didn't get internet pretty much for that month. Fighting to the death with that. One of these deals where I can't stream because the connection's not consistent enough for that. And one of these deals where the ISP just refuses to believe it. Like, sends out technicians, nothing comes up. Oh, it must be on your end kind of deal. And I'm dealing with this for a month to the point where I can't even stream some of these days, right? And then I get it going for 2 days. Don't know what changed. Don't know if they did it on their end or not. And then what is it? The Dreco? Is that how I say that? The land hurricane shit comes through. This was 2 weeks ago now.
The land
and
hurricane?
levels Cedar Rapid.
Oh, I heard about this. There was high winds. Yeah.
100 plus mile per hour winds.
Is your mic too far away, Filthy? You sound like...
Does that sound quiet?
Could be better.
Normally we'd sound test all this shit. I can do this for now.
Okay.
Might also be a filter somewhere, but let me know if there's still a problem. We'll work with it. But anyways, so 100 plus mile per hour winds, levels to basically the whole town. Knocks me offline. This was, it was the 11th, 10th, the 10th. I don't get power back for 8 days, and I still don't have internet there.
That sucks.
So I'm with my in-laws. I'm there in the Chicagoland area. We came out here a couple of days after that, and I've been here 2 weeks streaming from here. Totally perfect. No ISP issues whatsoever, kind of deal. But been from here. So yes, Battle Brothers release has been incredible. Lots of viewers coming back for that. It's a game my channel is known for. Anyways, it's an indie game, and it does not a pretty game, but it's a really really fun
I caught
game.
That right away.
And it's a good one for streaming. Yeah, yeah. They didn't have the money for the legs of the character, so it's just heads. So don't ask.
You get so in depth with those games, it almost makes me feel stressed. Like the prospect of me playing it, where you'll be playing and you'll be like, was I going to research bronze chalices or the iron spigot? And then you'll open up like a full spreadsheet and scroll like 100 lines down, and I'm like, are we going to do math? I don't want
to. Got a channel command now where a couple people redeem channel points for spreadsheet time. Because it's like, we really need to solve this problem in this game with some spreadsheet time, but I don't necessarily want to take the time on channel right now unless a lot of people want it. And then 3 people redeem like 15,000 channel points each.
Microsoft Excel stream.
Dude, there is a promise. Taylor Merker on Twitch. I will never show you Microsoft Excel. Ever.
We're using, what is it, Google Docs? Not Google Docs. What's the Google spreadsheet called?
Yeah. Yeah, I just showed different types of spreadsheets.
Yeah, I tuned in and I saw that game you were playing, and I couldn't make heads or tails of it. And I came in here and I was like, yeah, Filthy's streaming. I'm sure he'll be here momentarily. But I can't understand the game he's playing. Look at it and what he's like. Let me get my glasses. I don't know.
You put your glasses on? Nope,
didn't help. Didn't help. For a second, I thought it was just a bunch of little characters blocked together, and it is. I don't know what he's doing.
It was like Civ, where every hex was occupied. I'm like, what is this? I don't know.
Yeah, and you were talking about getting away from orcs with smoke bombs, and I'm just like, when does that happen?
Yeah, it's what do they call it? With it's high fantasy and low fantasy, so it's a low fantasy world. So there's like a little bit of magic, but it's like very rare kind of stuff, and then it's just medieval warfare kind of deal. So it's a bunch of brothers and with great axes fighting orcs. It's amazing, super fun.
That's cool.
Super fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever played Total Warhammer? Any of those RTSs? I love that shit. I love that shit so much.
Got fairly into that for a little bit and then kind of backed off again. My viewership didn't love that game so much, mostly because I think I was doing single player. I tried a little bit of multiplayer, but it didn't seem super active when I was doing it.
It's a big YouTube streaming game.
Mm-hmm.
Makes some sense.
Yeah, it's really big on YouTube. There's a whole community around it on YouTube where they have there's maybe a dozen medium-sized content creators, and they collaborate a lot. There's like no toxicity within that community. They have like tournaments a lot. They have a tournament every weekend at least, where like every single content creator comes in and they do this massive tournament that takes 6 or 8 hours to play, and they live stream it all and they'll have like dual casters on it, we've got Big Jimmy facing off against Rod the Toad, and it's they do play by play, and it's really fun. It's a cool community, but I don't think it's as big on Twitch like you said.
Game is pretty fun too. It's a pretty well done game overall. I was a little annoyed with a lot of the hidden stats. Like there's like stats on that game that don't show up on the character sheet. So like units have momentum and they have like charging speed or like top speed being different. And this just changes how they behave in combat. And you look at one guy's stats and you go, he looks pretty good stat wise. And they're like, oh no, he's got 15 hidden like damage reductions or something on there. And I'm like, oh, how was I ever supposed to know that as someone trying to get into this game? Yeah. My chat's just like, oh, you can't, you just have to know. But then there's like 50 races or something insane with like different heroes. So the amount of memorization to like get into that game on the multiplayer scene was insane. Because you got to build your armies, figure out how to adapt your armies on the fly to very little information about your opponent's armies. And you basically need to memorize all this stuff and then know which units beat which other units. It was just a lot. I was just like, I don't know, man. We're getting some little pops from you. Like I don't think it's plosives. It's just occasionally there's this little electronic,
like every second.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe like unplug and replug or something. I don't know. But yeah, I love that game. I'm surprised Taylor doesn't like that game because it's like right up his alley with the orcs
I do like
and goblins and
just like I'm not good enough at games like that to stream and engage with chat. And I have a lot of fun engaging with chat and like shooting the shit with them. Like I'm not that serious of a gamer. And so like just no one would be impressed by me playing Total Warhammer 2. Maybe I'll still do it. I mean, my usual thing is I'll play as the Lizardmen and pick the coolest dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean that works. Lizardmen are super easy to play, but the green skins are hilarious. Like they have all these cool voice lines, and some of their weapons are just goofy. They like their catapult.
Everybody the diver that you can direct.
Yeah, most of the catapults are throwing rocks, or maybe a magical rock. You know what I mean? But then you get to their rock, like catapults, and it's launching a guy who clearly has like bat wings that they've built behind the shed strapped to his body, and he's screaming as he flies through the air. He's just like ah, and he's like guiding himself into just kamikaze explode on the enemy. It's really funny.
Yeah, I like the green skins. There's so many fucking characters for the green skins. It's hard to keep track.
It's hard to keep track in that game. There's so many characters. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I play a good bit, but I watch probably 10 hours of content a week or something like that. So I keep pretty on top of that. I think that's the only way to like learn everything. If you try to learn by just playing, you're just gonna be playing all day, every day. But if you watch enough like videos, especially if you watch those tournaments where everybody's using different races, and a lot of times they'll do the tournament where like everybody like I'm going to play high elves all day, I can't change, and you have to play dark elves all day, you can't change. So you get to see a lot of strategy and a lot of different builds. It's a fun game. It's very in depth, really well made.
What do you? I look like I get the impression that my audio is causing you a headache right now. Do you want me to just restart real quick, see if it fixes anything, and rejoin the call? Take me 2 seconds.
Let's try it.
Okay, back in a minute.
Awesome, thank you, Filthy. How did you do in that tournament? I can do it.
Oh, no, I don't play those tournaments. I've played against some of the players who play in those tournaments, and I lose probably 60 or 70% of the time. I'm good at the game, but I'm not like one of the best in the world or anything by any fucking stretch. I'm better than average. About like I was at Call of Duty or something like that. Like I'm going to win most of the pub matches I play. But if I got in that fucking tournament, I would just get shit on. It's just like COD tournaments or anything else where they play a different rule set anyway. And there's all sorts of different attack rules and build rules. You can only use this many of that unit, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe knock out an ad while he does that.
All right, this episode of PKA is brought to you by Bluechew. Let's talk about sex, good sex. Guys, remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Listen up. Bluechew.com, that's blue like the color blue. Bluechew.com brings you the first chewable with the same FDA-approved ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. So you know it's the real deal, and it's the stuff that works. You can take them anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach, and since they're chewable, they work up to twice as fast as a pill. So you can be ready anytime an opportunity arises. Now, this isn't just for guys with dysfunction. It's for any guy who wants extra function and to enhance their performance in the bedroom. Bluechew is prescribed online and shipped straight to your door in a discreet package, so no in-person doctor's visit, no waiting in the pharmacy, and best of all, no more awkwardness. They're made in the USA, and since Bluechew prepares and ships direct, they're cheaper than a pharmacy. Right now, you got a special deal for our listeners. Visit Bluechew.com and get your first shipment free when you use our special promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Again, that's BLUEChew.com, promo code PKA to try it for free. Bluechew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. That is BLUEChew.com, Promo code PKA. Just pay for shipping. So get yourself a nice hard penis
for free.
Us.
My codename's team is Team Cockstrong, and we are sponsored by Bluechew. I'm very proud of that.
Yep.
That is quite a service. It's not a service many people offer.
No, but it should. Well, you don't need many people to offer it. Bluechew's got the market cornered.
Yeah, no, but I mean, for your fans, like that's just incredible that you guys can do that for them.
Yeah. Give them hard penises? Yeah. I do it by selling them pills and taking off my shirt.
Yeah.
Well, two methods better than one, Woody.
Yeah, I mean, it is great. The Bluechew is awesome. I have a bag of it that I still need to use. Like that happened to you for a while, Kyle, didn't it? Where they were just in so fast, and every time you're like, "Oh, I should maybe."
I'm gonna need 100 a month, and then like, well, that's a lot of pills.
Yeah, and then you're like, "All right, I'm sitting on a bit of a stockpile."
I think what happened maybe is I went to prison and it just built up.
Yeah,
and but yeah, I'm on the $95 a month plan where you get like a fucking shopping cart full of it every 30 days. So yeah, I have a little extra on hand. Yeah.
A little extra, yeah.
Yeah, 100. I got in trouble for talking about taking more than one pill at a time, which no one should ever do. So I take one pill at a time.
What? The package says 1 to 2.
I think it's 1 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the package itself says.
That's probably what Kyle was doing.
Yeah.
I may have said that I take more than 1 or 2, but that wasn't true.
A mere slip of the tongue.
That's all it was. Just miscounted.
So Filthy sounding good to me now. Is it fine on your end, Woody?
Has he said anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just mostly ignore that, right?
I don't know. Look, these are really short mic tests. Give me a minute. Sometimes they're like, hey, can I get a mic test?
By the way, man, I see you. Your stream's been killing it. Congratulations. Are you full time on that yet?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Woody. No,
Woody's been doing well too, but I'm not new for you.
I'm not full time on it yet, just because I do it as much as I can. Like I've found that like usually I can sneak 3 to 4 hours, as like a sweet spot amount of time, a decent amount of days throughout the week, and I have a lot of fun doing it. But yeah, my chat's fucking outrageous. I had one dude donate 150 subs last night, and another dude donate 100, and it was like that's out fucking rageous. And like 300 some subs on a night where I just watched like 4 hours of Hoarders and made fun of those monsters. Yeah, it was a fun time. We had a good time. Yeah.
Every so often.
It was too depressing watching Hoarders. I'm like, I don't want to watch this shit.
I know it is depressing, but you just have to stay mad.
I did scraping like cats that were like this thick off the floor, like they're like a quarter of an inch thick, and they just been like plastered to the floor, and it was dead there for who knows how long in the house.
Yeah, there was the one cat where they're like, well, it was under 1.5 to 2 feet of feces, and there was one where they're walking through it, and it's almost like an illusion thing where like you look at a painting and you're like, wow, it looks like it's coming right at me, and then they go to the ground level and it is flat as a pancake, and so it's just a cute little kitty looking thing, and I'm like, oh, I hope that one's okay. And the guy reaches down and picks it up by what the tail is, and it lifts like a communion wafer, just fully straight, flat as a board. And in the middle of it, you could see a depression where a shoe had walked over this thing multiple times. So this disgusting bitch walked through the path with this dead cat there and was stepping on it and never even bothered to pick it up, which I guess why pick up that dead cat? There's a dozen more. And that's not a lie. At the end, it showed this crazy bitch. It was like 36 cats were found.
The premise of the show is always about helping these people, fixing them, like they're going to cure them. It's like 0% cured. They can clean maybe a room if they're bad ones, and the house if they're not bad, and then they go right back to their old behavior.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like the 2 minutes I watched this makes me an entire expert on this, Woody. You know, so I'm an expert on this too, just to chime in. It did seem like they were just fucking shaming the shit out of these people. And it was clear like these people had problems and they needed help for sure. But it didn't really feel like they were put in a situation where they're going to get to the root of the problem, right? It just felt like this was like window dressing and shitting on them.
I think if you watch more of it, you'd see they have psychologists on and they're kind of helping them throw this stuff away and identifying what's trash, what's not, and helping them learn that like broth in a box that's swollen and gone bad and 6 years past its expiration doesn't have value. Whereas they're like, oh, that's a rainy day item. You don't know. You might have
There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
There was a bag of shit being carried away, and one of the ladies goes, my rubber bands. My rubber bands. She wanted to search through a bag of feces to find her rubber bands.
They think everything has value.
You should just be put
what
in
I always
jail.
want them to do, like when they see that swollen box of broth, and they're like, no, not my broth. I want them to be like, here, have some.
That happened.
This is your rainy day broth. Have some. I want to see them like, well, I guess they like crack it open.
Roach eggs in it.
Oftentimes, the building they're in is ruined. The building is ruined by the things they kept inside of it. They're just like, this whole building is just better off being torn down and start over.
That's my favorite. When they tore the lady's house down and she's outside crying. That's such a good show.
We watched that one last night. The one where this lady was just, you would agree if you saw this lady. She was a monster. She was horrible to everybody trying to help her and would not help to get anything done, just being mean the whole time. And it, like, towards the end of it, she's like, well, I think it got a little cleaner. It's just a bit of a work in progress. And then the Chiron on the top of the stream goes, Robin was not able to clean the house. This house has been demolished and she's been charged $10,000 by the state. And I was like,
good.
Nice. She was ruining the property value everywhere. That was a different woman. Like, usually, I think what you're talking about, Filthy, of them coming in too hot is usually the family. There's at least one person in the family who's sick and fucking tired of it. But on the other side of that coin, the psychologists are not helpful at all because they go into it way too mamby-pamby, where they will, it almost seems like they're sabotaging it for the sake of the show, where there will be people carrying boxes of literal poop and trash and dead cats out of the house. And the psychologist, as all these guys are busting their ass sweating in a really dangerous environment, will be like, well, hold on, put that box down. Now, Robin, are you okay with us getting rid of these spoons? No, those are good spoons. Okay, how about this cat head? That's one of my favorite cats. And then all these ones are popping in my head. It's such a fucking funny show. There was the daughter of a hoarder was like, I left the house at 23, and you know what really scared me about the house was the squirrel incident when I was young. I went in and wanted to make some buttered toast, opened up the butter tray, and there was a calcified squirrel staring right back at me, and really got to me that day. No kid wants to see a dead squirrel in the butter tray. And she's like talking how bad that was.
Matter-of-factly talking about calcified squirrels in the butter tray.
Yeah. But then every once in a while, you get like a high-T alpha family member. This one bitch had like 2 sons, and they were not playing the psychologist game of like checking with everything. He just went up to one of the side areas and just ripped out the screen door and was like, we can get it all out this way. Everything out. Everything out. Mom, it's trash. It's fucking trash, Ma. He's just tearing it out and throwing it away. My collectible plates. She literally said that. Just cat shit covered plates. My collectible plates.
Yeah, but that's the point of that, right? Like, it's like, there's no way this isn't a choice. You're not going to be rational with someone about this because it's not a rational thing they're doing. Yeah. Right. Like that line and maybe this is, who knows what they edit out of this, and we're editing this for TV to make it more interesting, but like, who knows what the actual process is in terms of length of time there and what they're actually doing with these people. But it just feels like this is like the tip of a fucking iceberg. Yeah. Cleaning the house will help, but this is a huge underlying issue.
Absolutely.
And it's just like the stuff that's happening there.
Have any of us ever had like a relative or a friend who was at least borderline with the hoarding?
Yes.
I've never actually walked into a hoarder's house, I don't think. Or no, I have once, but it was like a really organized, like knick-knack kind of hoarder house where they were like, it was stressful to walk around it, but nothing like this show. There weren't.
What'd you have, Woody?
I felt like Jackie's parents kept too many things. Like,
I was about to bail you out. I was like, maybe you don't want to talk.
Yeah, maybe should have gone that way. But they had
woman's family.
Paperback books stacked to the ceiling. Just like old things. Like, it wasn't dirty. Like, it certainly wasn't like
it was clean refuse.
It can be disorganized, and there was nothing that was like yucky, right? Like you wouldn't want to not eat in the same room as a bunch of paperback books. But it was also like, well, these things are just not good, right? Like, why are we keeping this? What if you want one
on the bottom? Come on.
They didn't have a really big house.
Firehouse.
When I first met her, anyway. And he's like, you could use this space for things other than storing worthless things.
Yeah. There was, Kyle, you were talking about wanting them to have to eat the broth. There was one of these crazy ladies last night that, and you know, there's the one guy who's like, my name's Colin Stevenson and I'm an extreme cleaner. You know, like he's king flipping into the house. And he goes in and he's like Mr. Pro. Nothing shakes this guy. And he grabs the dirtiest mason jar I've ever seen. It looked like they shit smeared on the middle out of this fridge. And there's like a little black nugget of something abnormally shaped about this large, just a black nugget. And she's like, that's still good. That's a candy. And he's like, it's not a candy. It's not a candy, ma'am. This is in no world a candy. And he's like, it's a candy. She reaches her old hand in, pulls out this gnarled little thing and pops it in her mouth. And she goes, it's a candy. And this extreme cleaner's like, ugh. And he's like talking to the camera, being like, that may be the grossest thing I've ever seen. You know, last week I cleaned up 10 years of human feces in a bag on a staircase, and this is the worst thing I've ever seen. And it was like, from that moment on, you could see him like keeping a distance from her. Like she's an absolute fucking kook.
I've talked about it before.
And it was not a candy. It was I will tell you this for sure. That was not candy.
I know. So in Ocean City, 2 houses down, it was a hoarder's house. And the house was so filled with shit, it split open on the side. You could see from the outside, like lamps and dressers and shit came like piling out. Like the corner of the house opened up, and furniture and I don't know, trash bags full of clothing and hangers and stuff popped out.
I think what might help Filthy a little bit for this is like, yeah, it's definitely a whole process to fix the hoarding, but they don't do it like that. They wait until it's like Robin, her house, she's facing 6 months in jail in the next couple months unless she gets this clean. And so they set it up with like the ticking clock. And so then they do the bullshit where it's like, well, let's do the therapy part. And it's like, no. That part was years ago. This part is force them to clean the house against their will, or they will go to jail and have their house burned down. And so, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's all for TV. If they actually wanted to help, they'd be doing therapy way before it was like, crunch time, you got 4 days before the inspector's coming and there's rats running around. One piece of shit dude had hundreds of rabbits in his house running around that just shit on the floor. He was saying that like he was good for the rabbits, but they were walking around like rabbits shouldn't be bald. And some of them were. This one cunt, she didn't clean out the chicken cages enough, and this chicken had filled its own cage with 1.5 feet of shit to the point that it's like crouched down below the top. It's not even the top of a cage. It's an old cooking grate with like a pot with some foul concoction in it. It's just terrible. It stresses me out to watch a little bit.
God, I'm watching tonight now. You've sold me. This sounds hilarious.
Well, I'll be doing more on my stream, everyone. Taylor Merca on Twitch. Go follow me. More Hoarders.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
It's so funny.
I could picture her so vividly sticking her old gnarled hand down into that mason jar and pulling out that Beezor or whatever the fuck and just.
It's awful. It's a genuinely really gross. The amount of dead animals they find is mind-boggling. Like,
how many dead animals do you have in your house?
But there's something clearly sick with people doing that, right? Like, it's if you're able to readjust your expectation of reality to be like, this is normal, this is fine, like this is just part of my house to have
sort of compulsive behavior.
Foot of fucking chicken shit in my.
A lot of them are broke
like
or spent time broke, and I think that's part of where the hoarding comes from. Suddenly, like if you've lived through a time where you had nothing or you couldn't acquire anything, you don't want to let anything go. It seems like that's the genesis of it commonly.
Some of them are, yeah, definitely.
Do you feel like we have to respect their mental illness though? Because like what I see them often do is mollycoddle them and be like, oh, well, let's just pull the turds out of the box of old rotten books. And that way we can keep the old rotten books with turds on them, but we'll just get the turds out. And they're like, that makes good fertilizer. Well, the grass all died a long time ago because of all the cars leaking oil. So you don't need that fertilizer. They're like, stop bargaining. Rip it all out and burn it in the yard. I wish burning was legal because
Burning's
there's something
illegal?
so
people.
Yes, Woody. I never like to bring that up on the show, but yeah, that's a crime that you commit every week.
Taylor would have a lot more shit if I knew that.
I think I would too.
Damn it! That goddamn Witch King helmet sitting out there charred
That's
to
never
a crisp.
true. They turned it into a helmet. It was a anyway.
Yeah, I guess it's just the part of me that responds to that. It just feels like these people are ill, right? Like you're not going to rationally tell someone like if you're hearing voices or seeing or hallucinating or something. There's no amount of rationality that comes along with that, right? And I mean, and maybe even that isn't true. Like I was watching some Rogan episode and they're talking to some like marathon runner who she was like, yeah, when she does her 100-mile marathon through the friggin' desert as like without stopping for sleep, she hallucinates and talks to the scenery as she runs. And she rationally was like, I train for this, I deal with this, I just kind of ride that when it happens. But I don't think so I don't know. I don't know what the appropriate way is. Presumably the experts on the show do know what the appropriate way is to deal with it, but it makes sense to me that you're not like, you have to get rid of this. It's insane, because clearly there's some disconnect between reality and that.
I think the mollycoddling is their attempt to teach them good from bad in the whole hoarding world. They're like, this is what garbage is. Hey, you can distinguish what's garbage and what isn't garbage, and that's what they're doing. They're selecting it. Now, of course, they suck, and they define everything as not garbage, and then they have to go through it again and again. So usually they're like model coddling off the side while someone else is attempting to actually clean this mess.
Yep, it's exactly what it is. They're not like, they don't come off as very highly respected people in their fields of psychiatry or psychology. They come off as like Dr. Phil-ish, where they're making their questions in a pointed way to try and create drama. And they feel like they're actively inhibiting the help of the people by slowing it down that much. Like, really, the only cure for most of these houses you see is just fire. Like a lot of it. It's absolutely irritating. There were these landlords came into the rabbit house, and they were absolutely shell-shocked. They're like, we haven't been here in 2 years, and just they removed like probably 50 rabbits from the house, and they're like, starting to look good. And then a bunch of like little kid bunnies jump out of the wall.
Oh no!
There's even more in there, and none of them want to be picked up, and so they're all just like, scratching me. It just looks like the worst fucking job to be an extreme cleaner. Yeah, and as you're like lugging out a box full of rat skeletons, some lady stops you and goes, hey, hold that heavy box of rat skeletons. We need to find AJ, her favorite rat. Well, he's got a little party hat on his skeleton. It's like, dude, you should be in jail. You shouldn't. Dude, imagine that not enough people have empathy for the neighbors in these situations. One of the episodes was called "They Can Smell the House from the Road," and that's not okay for everybody else who lives there. Like, what if any of them want to sell their house? What if any of them want to live their life and move somewhere and uproot because they get a new job somewhere else?
I could see myself burning that house down. Like honestly,
and then eating the rabbits.
Just waiting till like you saw the old couple go to the grocery store and just
maybe not even that.
Just wait until they turn the lights off late at night, give them an hour to get drowsy, and then lighten her up. Just lighten her up.
No, it's a real good show. You need to put some more hours into watching that. It's very, very funny.
What I like is when they're mean to the hoarders, though. I don't like any mollycoddling. I want like a boot camp where they go in and they're just like I literally want like a Marine drill sergeant to walk in there and like react the same way they do when like there's a fucking sock on the floor in a barracks, but now they see this mess and they just you just see them melting down and turning all red face, and they have a gun for sure, and they're using the gun to shoot the rodents and stuff. Occasionally they just pull it out with no warning and it's
I said it before, Kyle. You're an idea man. I love this. To just get those guys like, normally he teaches at Buds, but now he's dealing with hoarders. They just go insane, yelling at him like 1 inch away.
They have to crawl under the...
He doesn't know that this woman has mental health issues. He is just, he's been told he has to clear this house in 12 hours or else.
They have to belly crawl underneath all the barbed wire, but instead of being under fire, they're having to resist picking up broken tea kettles and like farmers' almanacs from 1964. And put that broken pot down. You do not need it. No, but it's still good. I can cook something in there. And then they just bang One strike and you're out.
Trying to get some overweight 63-year-old to do push-ups.
Dude, there was one, I think I watched like 4 hours of it. There are no skinny hoarders. Though there was one guy that was normal weight. One normal weight guy who looked pretty normal, but he also was wearing just a weird hat, and he liked to keep all of his trash in the yard. But other than him, these people are morbidly obese. Morbidly. Disgusting.
They don't throw anything away. That's got to be part of it.
They're not well dressed.
No,
they're never well dressed. You would think they'd have quite the wardrobe stored away somewhere.
Good thought. Yes, you'd think they'd break out their good clothes.
Have you ever seen an adult that like they look like they're dressed like a toddler?
No, never.
Like,
Taylor.
Like
imagine that. Are they dressed like 12-year-olds by chance?
Yeah.
That's some bullshit right there.
Dude, every hoarder looks like the kind of person that pulls their pants all the way down to pee. Just Ben Shapiro style, just straight down.
I like to think he does that.
I love
that's a meme that was going around. It was like years ago. It's like Ben Shapiro pulls his pants all the way down when he pees, pass it on.
I saw Ben Shapiro reply to all the memes the other day, and he's dug himself deeper.
Actually, I'm not. No, what'd he do?
So they're always saying that he's a cuck or whatever, and I want to say, or
no,
that
they're saying that
sex.
his wife has a dry pussy. That's the genesis of it.
That's what it was.
Imagine if sex sounded like a straw going in and out of the little anti-spill device, and they're like, "That's what it sounds like when Ben Shapiro has sex."
So he replies, and he's like, "Yeah, haha, this is all very funny, but
it sounds like a basketball game."
He replied, he's like, "Oh, this is all very funny. I get the joke. But you all do realize, of course, that I have 2 kids, paternity tested, both of them. They're mine." And they're like, "This motherfucker just keeps going, right? He had to paternity test both of the children his wife had."
Yeah.
Now, the fact that he is already 6'4" and Asian has nothing to do with the fact that my wife wasn't faithful.
She's a big fan of Yao Ming, though.
Yeah, Yao Ming plowed her. She's got a huge Asian kid now. Yeah, he doesn't do a good job with rolling with the punches with stuff like that. He's a bit of a fucking weirdo.
Wait, you said he does a good job?
No, he doesn't do a good job rolling with any punches.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He seems to have a sense of humor about it, just not a good one.
Yeah. He tried to have a sense of humor, but it's just much easier to laugh at him for his wife dry pussy.
He doesn't get angry in public and like, threaten people or anything. He's just sort of like, yeah, I get it. It's funny.
Can you guys think of a winning response to that though, besides just totally ignoring it?
The only way to win is not to play. Yeah,
there's that. Or what if he leaned into it? That might work too.
No, not for someone like him. It would just be
destroy his
him forever.
Like base, right? Like he can't lean into that. They're gonna crucify him if he makes it like a sex joke about that. It's probably over, right?
Oh, I was thinking more like no one would let it go if he was like, "Oh, you're right. I can't please my wife. I'm a pussy." And it was like, he shouldn't do that.
Maybe not exactly those words.
What if maybe not those words.
Yeah, like a few, like a tweak, a few. Not, 50% of those words were
like
great.
You've probably seen those like dry rock at like Monument Valley things that you could drive a car through.
Yeah.
And if he just went, "Hey, what? This isn't normal," and like leaned into it a little bit, that'd be funny. I think people would laugh along with it. Put a half a dozen of them out there, and if he could laugh at himself, then maybe that would work.
Yeah,
it's certainly better than I paternity tested my children.
Legit, I think that most people can't beat him in a debate.
He's annoying.
So it's a lot easier to just like make fun of the very idea that his wife has a dry pussy and he doesn't realize that.
Yeah,
he just talks really fast.
That's it.
Yeah, why Ben Shapiro assaults 14-year-old socialist at local university, or that all those memes and nonsense. It's like, yeah, of course you can destroy a 17-year-old who you were like, "Hey, come over here, be on the live stream." Like, or maybe that's not him, maybe it's
Steven Crowder does that too, but they both do. Yeah, Ben
too.
Shapiro would like go from university to university. Some 19-year-old would have a half-baked idea because she's brand new to following this kinds of thing, and he would just absolutely destroy her. And of course the YouTube title is like Ben Shapiro destroys socialist, and then there's some girl with a nose ring who doesn't know anything about anything because she just started.
Yeah,
sounds like a good porno.
Ben Shapiro destroys socialists.
14-year-old.
You think
like,
it's good, and
that's
then
way
it's so
too
wet.
wet.
I'm so dry. I fucked up my joke.
Okay. We've all been there. Yeah, I'm trying to think. You were saying you should do porn, Kyle?
The destroys the 19-year-old. I think was the porn.
Oh, it sounds like
She's rotten.
You could
by
use the same
14.
titles.
it. Could be.
But yeah, he's a quick talker. It's fun. I watched Joe Rogan talk to him, and it was pretty interesting, right? Because Ben Shapiro talks at a mile a minute. It's kind of hard to keep up. And Joe Rogan's technique for working with it was to slow down. And when he talked to him, every word became deliberate and concentrated. And altogether, it was like I don't know, he just played a different game when he went back and forth with him. It was pretty neat to watch. If you watch conversations,
Pretty impressed with Rogan over time, like watching his stuff. He's gotten way better as an interviewer. It feels like to me, like over time.
Okay,
I haven't watched much of his stuff recently.
I always
has he
thought
had
he was
anybody
pretty
any big people recently? Anything really good?
I didn't watch it. I heard his David Blaine thing was outstanding. That
It was
one
really
of the
good.
best
Pretty
shows
good.
ever.
Yep, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I like the David Blaine one a lot. He, Joe Rogan stuck an ice pick through David Blaine's bicep.
Arm, like right there.
That's during the show.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
and you saw it come through the other side. Like he legitimately did it.
That's a
And
thing.
then-
I think I saw him do something similar, but it was through the palm. It wasn't the Jerry show. It was a couple of years ago. And the guy who did it is like, that's not even a magic trick. That's just sticking a big nail through your palm. And
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff seems to be that way. A lot of the magic stuff gets kind of rolled in with it's like tricks, but then it's also a lot of like extreme body stuff, right? It's
Yeah.
like that was modeled after, for at least that one, he was modeling it after some magician of years past who had done it by swords through their body. Like they're getting swords put like horizontally through their fucking rib cage or something. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And like he wanted to be able to do that, and that's a extreme body thing. And it's like, man,
I mean, David Blaine did have the record there for a long time for holding your breath. We talked about him. We talked about it on this show, and both these guys were like, "Yeah, but he's a magician. It doesn't count." He's literally in the Guinness Book of World Records for holding his breath for 17 and a half minutes, and they were like, they keep track of like who can juggle the most salami and stuff. They're not like legitimate record-keeping service. And it's like they're the only record-keeping service.
they are the only people that count how many Twinkies you can stuff in your mouth. But I don't know that
That's a legitimate record.
I'm watching this clip.
Don't you take that away from Wings? You leave him. That's his major accomplishment. You leave him alone. God damn it.
I'm watching this clip of Rogan start to put the ice pick through David Blaine. This is the most uncomfortable I've ever seen Rogan.
Really?
Like, he's
He's
like
like
doing
there was
like
not
that,
there was
like-
not a lot of lead up to this. He was just
Yeah.
like, I want you to put this in. Rogan's like, now on the show, and David Blaine's like, yeah.
Did
And
David Blaine,
Rogan's eternal credit was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it.
did
Didn't seem
David
thrilled about
Blaine
it, but
talk
he did it.
really slow on the Jerry?
What was that?
Remember him talking really slow, but maybe.
Okay.
thought he
It's
was
the
kinda
thing he
normal
does
for, like,
oftentimes,
pacing.
like when he does street magic and stuff. It's just no emotion and so slow, like one word every 4 or 5 seconds. And I'm like, what is this bit? Why is that good? But we'll see. I worried about it on the podcast. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's normal.
I liked it a lot.
Did he talk slow?
I saw somebody be like, his breath holding record doesn't count. You know he breathed oxygen before that, right? Give us all a fucking oxygen tank, and let's see how long we can hold our fucking breath, all right? Because it's not 17 and a half
No,
minutes.
I could probably do that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, 25, I'd say.
I'd pay to see you try.
What did he do? 17? Not even 20?
It was the world record at the time
He bitched out.
Yeah, I know,
before
but it's
20.
kinda like
Yeah.
for
40
human
minutes.
beings.
I mean, if I were to do it, I'd probably hit 20.
Oh, you can see it straining against the skin.
Yeah, when it pops out the other side, there's this point where like David Blaine takes like two fingers and poop, like forces the skin over the sharp part so it penetrates all the way through his bicep.
I think the part that got me a little bit when he was like, "Oh, hold on, you hit a nerve."
You hit a nerve.
Going a different route. I'm
And
like,
Rogan kept like, I wish I had a pencil or something. Like Rogan kept like this, and he's like, no, not like that. You're going like, because Rogan's trying to go at this
Towards the
weird
bone.
downward angle. He's like, no, straight through my bicep. And Rogan's like this, and he's like, no, not like that, like this. He keeps having to grab the thing and twist it to a 90-degree angle, so it's just going straight through his bicep. And Rogan keeps trying to go like in like this or something for some reason.
Yeah.
Like this.
Oh.
No, not like that, Joe.
I wonder how much that hurts. Probably a lot.
it's quite uncomfortable. I felt watching that. Quite uncomfortable. I'm glad I wasn't having to shove that through.
I don't know. Do it.
I'm not going to do it.
Got a fork
Why not?
right here.
I'd sub to your channel if you did that.
You got a knife or something.
I'd give.
I see you're going for a 2K sub goal, man. I think that should be owl costume. Sure. I mean, that's amateur.
Did you pass
shit.
the 2K sub goal?
The ice pick through the arm.
That 150 subber guy passed 2K for you, didn't he?
Yep. Yeah. So I already ordered the owl costume. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to even talk in it. It's pretty hardcore.
I think so. Your subs sometimes work their way over to mine, and they're like, "Woody, if I donate, will you buy shit?" And so far, I have bought 2 ounces of silver that they donated for. It's kind of neat, I guess. And a gallon of Dawn. They had me buy.
I got 3.5 gallons of Dawn left back there.
I'm so lost here. Your viewers donate to you, and they ask you to spend that money to buy a specific thing.
Yeah,
is useless.
Yeah, so like, someone donated $32 for me to buy a beeswax dip didgeridoo, which I now have in my living room. They wanted a higher quality slide whistle, so I got a much nicer one.
It's high quality.
Much higher quality than the wood one. Get the wood one out of here. We got the nice metal one now. A recorder, which I haven't done yet.
Can you
what else?
learn the Titanic song?
A bunch of dish soap. Nobody donated for the owl costume. I just bought
what
that.
You're saying is you've started on the path of hoarding.
Yes, yeah, it's hard to pile up.
Whoring. He sells himself.
Yeah,
I mean, hand in hand.
Yeah. Right. Well, by the time I'm streaming again, I'll probably drop back below 2,000. But even so, I'm wearing the owl costume next time because I don't think I'll be able to do it again until Sunday or so. But I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I enjoy streaming.
I have another pilot costume that
girlfriend
arrived yesterday, but I haven't streamed it yet. My wife was down for it. My wife was like, she saw the hat, the tie, the aviator glasses that Joe Biden wears, and was like,
looking good, Jack.
No, she's like, I'm in.
Like, just needs a cape. Let's
go. So maybe a little role play in my future.
Do you think we'll ever have a lazy-eyed president? That's something I can't picture. He's got one eye on China and one on the economy. Like, what else would you say?
You should make that his tagline.
Yeah, just got
Woody Woodworth watching Russia and China. This
no one knows where he's looking. Oh man, I remember I had a science teacher in 7th grade that he was a really nice guy, really kind guy, but he had a pretty noticeable bad lazy eye, and I felt really bad for him. And there was one time he was trying to yell at this kid in the class, like, Steven, or he didn't even say the name. He goes, be quiet, stop talking. And then some kid sitting there goes, yeah, John, he's yelling at you to stop talking. Some guy like 3 seats over, and he goes like with his fucked up eyes, like, no, Carter, you stop talking. And it was funny to see, like, it was bad. It was
he clearly knew he was yelling at himself, right?
He did. He was fucking around about his lazy eye. Man, kids are shitty. Kids are genuinely shitty and mean.
Yeah.
Sometimes funny, you know. Middle school is
not
probably
enough competition being raised is the problem, right? They all survive to adulthood.
That's true. Yeah, it should be like pups in the wild for wolves, where like 1 out of 10 survive. Think of how much stronger we'd be as humans.
If you didn't eat your other 2 siblings, you don't deserve to exist, really.
Yeah. If you don't cannibalize them in the womb.
That's right.
Taylor says that because I think he's the one that would live. I would be that eaten pup. I think my brother would have gotten the best of me.
Oh, I would have turned you into my weekly macros.
That's right.
Not really though, because you're 18 years older than me. So
fair point.
You have a bit of a jump.
I'm gonna have to strike before Taylor hit puberty at 7.
You come into the birthing ward in 1991, and you're like, you don't understand. Murdering me. He's gonna eat me. Just in prison the rest of your life.
He's gonna eat.
Oh, damn! That was the biggest stunt I've ever seen on Joe Rogan's show. That's crazy. And you're right. That's not magic. That's just an extreme pain tolerance. That's really impressive.
Well, it's more than that, right? Because if we were seeing people with swords, like the clips they showed on that same show of that guy that he was emulating, right, who did the swords through them, right? Mm-hmm. It's like you see that, and that kills someone who does that wrong. Right?
Well, it killed the guy he was talking about.
Yeah, although it wasn't, right? It was that's what the ice pick was about, right? He swallowed something that didn't come up properly, and like punctured something internally or something stupid.
Yeah. The original guy who did the sword to the body.
Talking about, real quick?
He was talking about this old timey performer, and they were showing these black and white videos of the guy taking like fencing swords straight through his torso, like through organs and stuff,
horizontally.
Wow!
But the guy got too sure of himself and swallowed an ice pick to show how hardcore he was.
The whole thing.
Yes, and it didn't bring it up. He took an ice pick, swallowed it, and then he died.
What did he think was going to happen?
Probably the same thing. Well, he normally
regurgitates that shit, right? He holds that.
I think he was trying to pass
at some point.
Oh, this wasn't his first ice pick swallow. It was just it went wrong.
That wasn't specified.
I don't know. Yeah, but the point is, like, you see this, and you're just like, so someone can do that, and they can do that in a way that is probably it's clear it's not healthy for them, right? But they're doing it in some way that they're not killing themselves doing it. So there's some technique to it, and I think that's why like it was so awkward watching Joe Rogan push it into fucking on the show, because it's like Joe has no idea the appropriate way to do this, and David Blaine is trying to do his best to be like not to influence Joe's doing of this because he doesn't want it to be accused of being fake, right? So he's letting Joe mostly do it, and Joe's chosen some bizarre path that's like doing nerve damage
through the ulnar nerve.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my god, like that's like
my fingers are burning. Move, Joe.
Yeah, you learn how to do this. And
which of the bones should I try to hit?
Thing, and it's like, okay, here's how you do it. You can only do it through the certain ribs or certain location. You can't hit any organs. Blah 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 blah, or whatever it happens to be. And then you just ask some random person, yeah, you do it to me. I'll be fine. Fuck.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. This isn't a good idea anyway. None of this is
hardcore to me.
This this through the arm one, that's still a bad idea, but that's okay.
Do it.
But no, I don't want to be stabbed.
What's the name of the artery in your arm? That's a big deal.
The armory.
Oh yes, that is it.
I don't know.
There's one in there that you don't want to poke, and it's weird to me that they're not worried about it.
Is it the one that like goes up your like here?
You can
where you get stuck
under your bicep.
Oh. I don't know. Maybe that's what he was going for, that he was panicking about. Because there wasn't that much blood that came out afterward. It was such a fine hole. Or maybe they just didn't put the camera on there long enough.
Part. He's like, and you see, Joe, there's not even any blood. He's like, well, there's a lot of blood right there. He's like, yeah, you hit something there. You hit something there.
Yeah, I'm just like, fuck that.
And the ice pick did look dull. Like he was like, I've already used this one a few times, so it's a little dull. So this is kind of gonna hurt. And I'm thinking like, why'd you show up to the Rogan show with a dull ice pick? You should be traveling everywhere with like a fucking ice pick sharpener or something. Like,
yeah, right. Yeah. You did that enough. That would be like day 2 investment, day 1.
Oh yeah, if I'm doing this,
hurt a bit.
I'm doing this. I have the sharpest ice pick in America.
Afterwards, like when they pulled it out, it didn't bleed much. He just carried on with the show.
Yeah,
carried on with the show.
Yep. Yeah, didn't bleed much from what you could see, but.
Yeah,
apparently.
How often can he do this trick?
Next sub goal.
Does he do the trick like every 3 months?
I don't know.
I guess he switches biceps.
Is it even fair to call it a trick? It's definitely a performance, but like it isn't.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't think it's like, a lot of times you see magic and it's an illusion, right? Someone has done something that looks incredible, but the mechanics behind it are physical mechanics, right? Like that are like, you do this and it looks like this type of thing. Here it just felt like, and maybe I'm just falling into this, but I don't think so. It just.
He's not tricking anyone. He's just doing an extreme
It's not
thing.
A trick. It's just it's an extreme thing that's pretty fucking cool to see someone able to do that. But fuck,
how do you do that the first time? Like, how do you do that? Yeah. I could just imagine the first time somebody gets like an inch into my bicep. I'm like, I need to go to the hospital. You're just he was scared. He
was such a weird guy. He had such weird like things that motivated him. Like you heard some of the things he'd done, like did this thing without food or like water for like without food for a week, like buried underground. And he's like, it's a lot mental. He's like, I did it. I bought a coffin and trained in my house by just like closing the coffin kind of deal. And then he did it underground. He's like, I was hallucinating. And he was just, this extreme body pushing was just something that he did. And it was cool to listen to. It's totally different. He's
definitely way cooler than Chris Angel. Is he dead or did I dream that? He's the mind freak. No, Chris Angel, he's the mind freak, right?
They're
Chris
all kind of cool. David Copperfield's cool to me. And he just does tricks and illusions.
Chris Angel mostly, yeah.
How do you make the Statue of Liberty disappear? That's a really big trick.
They just pointed a different area of the bay, right?
Yeah, that's a camera trick.
The people there weren't tricked?
No. You
No,
can't
that
make
was
the Statue of Liberty disappear. Yeah,
I was very
don't know how
impressed,
to
Kyle.
say it.
no, but with a series of
you
mirrors.
If I get to go to New York and watch, then like I feel like I'm sitting there like watching them like pull a big black curtain and then pan the camera 45 degrees and then like 35 actors go wow, and I'm just like, I just want to be the guy way off on the shore going bullshit. Bullshit. I see it. It's a gigantic.
Did you see the elephant one? The elephant one, I think that was also Chris Angel, where he was like, "Oh, I'm going to throw a sheet over an elephant, and then the elephant's going to go away." And it had like, you're right, like 40 people watching, and they're all actors. Like, you can't make an elephant disappear. That's an enormous animal. It probably doesn't care having a sheet over its head.
Cooperate, right? It's not some hot chick who's more than willing to climb under the stage. They cooperate.
Yeah, this is an animal that may or may not become enraged after you throw the sheet on it.
See, that's what
I'd rather see.
It's an animal, you can train it.
God, what happened to when animals attack? How does that not come back? You're talking about Hoarders, and I agree. That's a fun show to watch.
It's a good show.
Can you imagine if there was a modern day when animals attack, how great that would be to watch with a stream?
That would be good. Yeah, when animals attack would be fun. I told you guys my idea for a show called Black Magic, where it's street magicians who only do it for black groups of people.
Yeah, I think that's a Bill Burr bit.
Is it?
Azir and Zari.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, he's not the first person to notice that black people are the most entertaining with magic tricks.
First person I noticed to notice.
Same.
Well, never mind then.
First person with a Netflix special to notice.
There you go.
I feel like your plan, Taylor, of streaming Amazon Prime shows for like a viewership. That is a brilliant use of stream time.
Definitely.
I mean, not a lot of prep for that, I imagine.
No, not a lot of prep for Hoarders either. It's just like, let's make fun of these people. And then there are some times where like you'll genuinely feel bad for them. Usually it's a family member that you genuinely feel bad for because they're just tied up in all of it. And they have no, like the daughters who just openly break down and cry because there's so much poop everywhere.
But it's funny. I have no mercy for that. When I see that, I'm just like, fuck you. It's funny. Like I have no mercy for those hoarders. Like no pity, I should say. Like every time I watch it, I just wish that they had that Marine Corps drill sergeant instead of these Nancy Pantsy garbage men that come in like, is it okay if we throw the rotting food away? Can we throw it away? No, just do it and burn everything. I want to see.
They should have to eat every bite.
Kyle, are there any like
food?
I'm trying to come up with mental like addictions or hoarders or something in that category that you are sympathetic towards. Eating disorder, drug addiction.
No.
Coming up like
no.
Anything that maybe close to home? Family member?
No.
Experience in your life?
No, we're all there.
No empathy for any of those people.
No sympathy for anyone.
No, I mean, not really. Like if they got cancer or something.
That one, of course, right?
Sure. I mean, if they've got a disease.
What if they got cancer?
But
there was some self-imposed.
That was poking.
What is it called when it makes you predisposed to cancer? Like carcinogens, or
carcinogens,
like it being heavy, for example, is a thing that could make you predisposed to getting cancer.
Sure.
What if a heavy person gets cancer? Did they lose your sympathy?
What kind of cancer?
Is it fat person cancer, or is it just
I don't know. Are there special fat people? I'm out of my
fucks you on like
what about heart disease, right? Like it's heart disease, but you know darn well that the guy ate fast food too much.
Does he have a family?
Are they fat?
Doesn't matter if he has a family. How is he more or less culpable because he has a family? Are you saying he's more deserving of sympathy because he has his family? Isn't he less deserving of sympathy because he has a family? Because he ought to have fucking been planning for that?
I'll be sad for them maybe, but not him. I don't know. It really depends. Like the stuff that I feel bad for is like I've seen those shows where the guy was like in the military and he's like crippled or burnt up now, and like they're usually giving him like a cool prosthetic leg. And it's like, fuck, why's the government buying this guy a cool prosthetic leg? Right. You know, I feel bad for those people. But most of the stuff that people bring upon themselves, especially, or mental illness. I really don't have a lot of pity for those things.
Why not pity for mental illness? Like I get it if you did something, if you invested in something that has a shitty outcome and then you reap the shitty outcome, okay, sure. But why mental illness? How is the person experiencing that to blame for it?
Oh, it's equally pitiable. It's just that it's funny too, and so that kind of outweighs my pity. So I feel bad, but then I laugh and I feel better. And
it depends. Yeah, it depends on the mental. Like if it's that My Strange Addiction kind of mental illness where they like to smell babies' diapers or eat cotton balls, I don't feel bad for them. But if it's like, they're addicted to heroin because their parents killed themselves or something, it's like, all right, yeah, I feel bad for you. Like
really, that's not one that would get me so much, right?
No,
like,
Woody's got no pity for drug users.
That's a little extreme, but that's not the one that.
Based.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of like these are choices that they made on their own.
And
I have more pity for food addiction.
God, it gets real fucking hard, like figuring out that line is where is this the choice they made versus a life they're lived in from environment, right? Like it's
sure.
Really challenging.
I don't know where to draw all the lines. I'll just say this: I got
hard and fast
pity.
Zero pity.
I'm not going to go category for category. Well, what about this mental illness?
We got time.
But oh no, that one's hilarious. That one's fucking pants on head retarded funny.
Which one?
But
Tourette's.
Tourette's is hilarious. Yeah, I do like that one. We're
hitting
that
a
girl
little
on
close
Twitch,
to home here.
your Tourette's is like not the comical Tourette's though. That girl on Twitch.
Wait, you're telling me that Woody's not funny? You're saying he's got Tourette's, he's not funny, so fuck him?
I'm saying that Tourette's is the least funny thing about Woody.
How great would it be if Woody had N-word Tourette's? We could get away with whatever we wanted.
Yeah.
Gotta step up my game.
Bring it, Woody.
Woody, what if you suffer an unvideoed
bump on the head?
Little bump on the head. I mean, you do paramotoring. That's something that could happen. Maybe it gets exacerbated.
That experience.
Yeah, it might have happened last week, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love that if we randomly just
that should be my new bit. N-word. Like I bumped my head and now I can't stop saying.
God, it's been so long since I heard anyone yell it in anger. I hate the 21st century. So they
oh man.
We're going somewhere.
Funny things, sympathetic things.
You're talking about what mental illnesses you were sympathetic to and which ones you're not. You said you weren't going to make a fast and hard list.
I'm not going to draw lines about like, this one, no, that one. Like I'm birth defects. I really feel sorry for those people. That's not funny to me at all. Like people who were born a certain way. Like I got no issue with that.
I'm missing the distinction between that and mental illness.
Poor life decisions are yours, and if those lead you to be like whatever, then I think that's funny.
That's how I feel.
Would you agree that people are, for example, some people are naturally more intelligent than others, like just genetically?
Yeah, stupid people are funny.
Of course.
But wouldn't you also then kind of argue that like your genetic disposition leaves you vulnerable or better able?
I'm not
going
to laugh at them because they can't do algebra. I'm going to laugh at them when they like do something really stupid and funny, though. I draw that line. I'm not going to look up his fucking high school GPA and go, oh, that's a good one. But, if they do stupid things throughout their life or in their interactions with me, that can be funny. And in that way, I can laugh at a stupid person.
Can you not find someone amusing, but also find them pitiable?
Yes, you definitely can.
Those almost always go hand in hand.
I thought you were saying the opposite. I thought you were saying that you had no pity for some people, but you also found
I'm being
facetious. Yeah, and I know this is a character.
Yeah.
I'm curious if there was some distinction.
Of course it is. I feel sorry for all these people. Everyone, but that's not funny.
What's a good mental illness to watch videos about is I don't even know if this qualifies as mental illness. It's gang stalking. Those people who believe that all those cars and they'll believe like, oh, there are dozens of federal agents, or not even always federal agents, just sometimes they'll think like random people in their community are
people
just
tracking
in
red them. Shirts or
if they drive a red car, if they have like a license plate that starts with S, if they walk up with their phone to people in supermarkets like picking out bananas and they're like, I see you, I know where you are, and this guy's like, you can have the bananas.
I like it when they come up to the mailman. You're here every day, same time, taking a picture. This is my phone. You think I don't notice?
I'm your mailman. How do you know my name and address? It's on my spreadsheet. My friend Filthy helped me set it up.
Yeah, we've talked about the gang stalkers before. They're outrageous. That's a mental illness that's funny. That's a real knee slapper. I like that one.
Some of them are clearly fake, the videos where it's someone trying to meme about like, I'm a gang stalker, but the real ones you can tell. Like the stressed breathing, the like erratic behavior, like there's something up with these people. There's no way that it's like outside of gang stalking, he's an A+ accountant. You know,
no.
Like there's definitely there's comorbidities with this. Like there's something causing them
Agreed.
to have some weird paranoia.
Agreed, for sure.
Maybe schizophrenia or something like that.
But going back to the hoarders, I've got zero pity for them. Like I don't give a fuck what's made them start hoarding. Like I don't know. I don't care what mental illness or who. Oh, that was Mama's chair. She died, so now we just never clean it. It's like, well, the rats have been shitting in it for 18 years. It's over.
Yeah.
Like,
and they never move past their own excuses. Like one woman was like, it got really out of hand after my father died. And it's like, and that was 20 years ago. And right now you're 79.
Yeah. How'd your dad die? Nom.
Yeah, like you should have had a better handle on this. Like you were an older person when your dad died, and then you decided to amp up the hoarding to like the animal hoarders are objectively the worst because it's not just ruining Atari games and stuff like that. It's like, no, you're torturing animals, and none of them see it that way. They're like, oh, I'll have nothing without my squirrel nests and dead rabbits. It's like,
man, there's a wild possum in your kitchen. That's Freddy.
This really nice man with animal control pulled up to the house to like try and help, and this guy with all the rabbits was like, "You think this is the time you're finally gonna get me?" It's like being like accosting him about it.
He had an ongoing dispute with the animal control guy.
He hated. He was like looking out his trailer window. Here they come, these fuckers, and it's like, hey, we got a call that you're torturing animals in all the name. Get the fuck out of here.
What do we have here? It's the squirrel Gestapo.
Dude, this one lady, she had a goat, and this goat was limping so hard, like it couldn't walk right at all. And then the psychiatrist is like, and when did what's her name, Tina? When did Tina's legs start to really bother her? Well, about 2 years ago. It's like 2 years ago. So for like a quarter of that goat's life, he's been hobbling around in other animals' shit. They're just bad people doing that to animals.
They're bad people. I have no respect for animal abusers or people who treat animals bad at all. That's one of my pet peeves, I suppose you could say. I felt really, I always mention it when I talk about that court experience I had when I was 22, but like I felt so scummy being in the same court proceeding as the animal abusers. Like right before me is like, so we understand you've been torturing your dogs again. It's just like, fuck, I'm after this guy, the dog torturer.
That's a
we
good
don't
thing,
have
though.
to take them away, Mike. No, not my dogs. Yep. Which one of them told you I'm gonna whoop it so bad? Like, so mean and cruel.
I would imagine that would be good for you, though, right? You go up after the guy who tortures animals to death. Suddenly, you're looking like a Sunday church boy. Like you don't want to go behind the serial loiterer.
No, I guess that's a good point. That's a good point. I suppose that may or may not have been helpful, but it didn't go against me. I don't know. But yeah, I think animal hoarders and hoarders in general are just awful people, and they should just rip that off like a Band-Aid. There's no need to. Whenever everyone who's watching
that worked. Imagine if all like mental health issues
works. I'm watching TV.
Like a bandage, it works.
See, there is a fundamental.
If I'm recommending treatment for a hoarder, maybe that's not my recommendation.
But if you're
I'm watching television about hoarders, I want Mr. Clean to come in. I want what's the big muscled up black guy? Terry Crews. I want Terry Crews to be like to have a new show called Mr. Clean, and he just goes in there and just beats the shit out of him and forcibly like pressure washes the interior of their home with a fire hose. I'd love that.
Be like, why is this episode 90 seconds long? And it opens to Terry Crews with lighter fluid just spraying all over everything.
This one, there's no hope for.
Let's go at it.
Tune in at 8 p.m. for Hoarders and 9 for our new series, The Arsonist. Welcome to the show. I'm your host, The Arsonist, and we're going to go burn down the Hoarders.
Steve-O would be perfect for that show. I'm Steve-O. Welcome to The Arsonist.
I'm Steve-O, and this is Class 2 Felony.
See, Steve-O did a triathlon recently.
I saw him tape himself to a billboard the other day.
He celebrated 10 years
that.
sober by doing a triathlon. So
good for him. Everybody loves Steve-O.
Yeah.
No,
I like him. He is. He's been through some shit. And the thing about Steve-O, as far as I know, for all the like insanity he didn't really hurt other people. Like he was crazy, but I don't see a string of victims in his past.
I love the story about snorting the AIDS cocaine.
Maybe you have to remind me.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm real familiar with that one.
Yeah, there was he was doing drugs with this guy with AIDS, and the guy, I don't remember how it happened exactly, if the guy like pulled a needle out or like coughed blood or aspirate, I don't know. Anyway, there was a bunch of cocaine on the table covered in blood. It was AIDS blood. And Steve-O snorted it all. He just snorted all the AIDS blood. No, he just snorted all the AIDS blood cocaine.
He's rolling the dice.
He could have just gotten more coke,
Yeah, he probably had money.
I did. It was right there.
Yeah, it was right there covered in blood. You were saying, Filthy, that's not the way to handle it with the Hoarders. Now, I do think it is different than like an alcoholic or a drug addict in that, like, if somebody's about to shoot up black tar heroin or they're about to drink a handle of vodka and you're like, nope, got it. Like, they can go out immediately, especially if it's booze, and purchase more, If I clear out 40 years of hoarding, they can't go back to as bad as they were by the next day. It's
Taylor, you are a fairly new streamer. You have surely encountered the Twitch Prime, which is the Amazon Prime subscription. Yeah. You can fill a house with Amazon Prime in about 2 minutes if you want to. You just going.
Only if you have money.
No money.
That's what I was going to talk about earlier, and I forgot. Yeah, like I don't think I was a hoarder, but I just had a lot of junk because I used to get super fucking stoned and then get on Amazon and be like, "Oh, cool. Yeah, I need new camping gear. I hate camping. I don't go camping." Oh man, yeah, an 8-person tent? That sounds about right. Oh, the 12-person tent's only $400 more. Well, let's get one. Just when I went through my my house back home before I moved out here, and I started there was 3 piles. There was a trash pile, a storage pile, and a take with me to the new home pile. At one point, I was just looking at how much stuff I was planning on bringing with me and putting in storage, and I was just like, no, we're drawing a hard fucking line here. I don't care. Family members need to come through. I called everybody. I was like, look, y'all need to come over here, take a look at this stuff because it's about to get thrown away. And some of it's valuable, some of it you might want, but it's getting thrown away tomorrow. And some people came and they got the random knives and fucking goofy things that I had acquired over the years of being high as fuck on Amazon. And then I just threw it all away. I filled a rollback with like nonsense.
Just so many thousands of dollars.
Like one of those gigantic dumpsters that goes on a semi truck.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, filled that up.
Yeah. But now, you just cleared up space for in the future when you live in Colorado. You can start that cycle.
We're gonna start again, baby.
I love Colorado? Camping. You know what
Colorado's good.
Probation to use that tent.
Yeah, he asked when you get off
do you have on probation?
Didn't you get out in August? We must be coming up the year anniversary.
You can apply after you've done either a year or 50% of your federal probation to get out. So whenever that comes up, I'll talk to the judge and see if he'll let me out early. So maybe soon, maybe a year from soon.
Didn't you get out?
Move states when that happens, or?
Yes, I'll be able to. I will no longer be travel restricted, and a lot of the other restrictions will peel off as well.
When did you get out, Kyle? Do you know?
Out of prison?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I remember I was in there for September 7th. That's
then I'm wrong.
It was like October, wasn't it?
Maybe it was August to October then. I don't know why I'm so confident on August, but
I know I was in there for like September 7th because I think that's like Memorial Day or Labor Day, whichever one. I'm not sure. Because
your first episode back was October 5th.
All right, then I got out October 4th, I think, or maybe October 5th actually. Okay. Yeah, one or the other. Oh, well, then we upload 2 days later though. No, it would have gone up. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
So early October is a year.
Yeah, something like that. Coming up on it.
One thing that gets me is that I feel like all around this all around this process, there haven't been enough like fixed dates. You know, like oftentimes you didn't know the day that you went in. You didn't know the day of this. You don't know the day that probation ends. It's just this rough time periods, like in the fall.
For what? I'm missing this.
Well, you know, I do know. I just don't know. You know what I mean? Like I can find out. I just haven't bothered to.
I see.
I just know that it's a thing that once you've done like 50% or a year or something like that, I've read the specifics before. You can appeal with the judge to, get out early. So I'm going to do that. So we'll see how that goes.
Where do you want to live?
Colorado.
For the skiing.
I love to ski.
Yeah, makes sense. That's what they put you away for, right? Skiing?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a really aggressive skier.
Yeah, he ran over kids. Colorado would be cool. I don't know. I was looking for houses in Asheville, North Carolina the other day. Thought it'd be a neat place to live.
Thinking about moving?
4 years.
Not seriously, just thinking about it.
I liked Asheville. Lived there. I did my undergraduate in Asheville.
Oh, okay. Then you do know the deal.
Yeah, place was great. I had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, I would like to live.
A lot of hiking out there, climbing out there.
Did you go to Appalachian State?
I did UNCA.
Oh, okay.
University of North Carolina at Asheville. Yep. For my undergrad.
I wonder if they're open now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Beautiful location, though. I'd love to live in Asheville again if I had a chance. I had a lot of fun there.
Yeah, there's 2 colleges there, I guess, right? Isn't App State in Asheville too? Or am I mixing that up?
Isn't it the town over?
Okay.
We're right nearby Black Mountain or something.
It could be. I don't know. But yeah, I think it might be North Carolina's best place to live. So I just considered it. That's all. So Taylor's not here. We have to bring up new topics. I get news stuff. I'm dying to talk about this Kyle Rittenhouse guy.
Don't know this. Tell me.
You don't know? Okay.
Maybe I will when you tell me.
You're going to know half of this anyway. Yeah. So what, Kyle, do you remember the name of the guy who was shot in the back 7 times?
No.
Shucks. All right. So I hope I have my story right. I'm doing my best. I think 2 women fighting on a sidewalk. Black guy in a car with 3 kids stops to break up this fight. During the fight breaking up process, 2 police come and they're like questioning the dude who broke it up. Like, I don't know, working with him or something. He's having none of it. And this is about when the footage I saw starts. So the other stuff I just heard about, he's having none of it. And the cops are like trying to put cuffs on him. He does that move where your arms are back and you kind of wiggle away and like torpedo. They try to taser him and that doesn't work. I'm making stuff up. Maybe the barbs didn't get skin. They were in loose t-shirt or something like that. But the tasering didn't work. And he is headed towards the driver's seat. And he gets the car door open. And that's when they shoot him. One guy, I think, shoots him 7 times in the back. He's alive, but he's paralyzed. And this has, like, America's racial tensions, which are already kind of spiking right now, respiked. It's a big problem. I follow the NBA a lot. They wouldn't play. They did this. The first team out there was like, we're not playing. This is ridiculous. We need to bring attention to this bad stuff that's going on. And then all the games get canceled. Baseball games get canceled. Hockey keeps playing, but they're canceled tonight. So this is, directing even more attention on it, etc. And that's, I guess, a still ongoing thing. I'll weigh in on it. The guy resisted. He shook off the taser. He kept going towards the driver's seat. I don't know that there was a real win. Ideally, they would have been able to wrestle him to the ground instead of shoot. But if a guy's making a beeline for his car, I mean, and resisting arrest like that, it wasn't the worst shooting, I thought. Other people see it differently. And I don't know why there has to be 7 shots. I feel like I need to watch it. Was he really not disabled after 3? I know that if you decide to use deadly force, you decide to really use deadly force. They don't ever try to shoot to wound or aim for the knee or anything. But
how far was the cop from him who shot him?
Super close.
How far away?
He was touching him. Yeah. So
Jesus.
Yeah, he was actually trying to like hold him back and prevent him from getting to the driver's side door. but the guy opened the driver's side door and started going in. I read there was a knife on the floorboard, although they couldn't have known that during the decision-making process. But that's the kind of thing as a cop that you need to be concerned about. There could have been a knife or a gun or there's a weapon in the car. Was he going for the weapon or was he trying to leave? I don't know. Some people claim he was going for the weapon because his body posture was like leaned forward. Although if I was trying to hold you back by your shirt, Filthy, that might be a body posture you assume too.
What was he going to do? Grab the knife with his teeth?
He wasn't handcuffed.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they weren't able
like handcuffed on his back, and he's trying to like find a knife and then stab cops.
No, he
with it.
wasn't cuffed. And the police. It seemed like, in my impression, they were using like 60% effort to hold him back. You know, they were like grabbing his shirt and he was walking on. But like how you can imagine that. If I were to hold you by the shirt, I wouldn't prevent you from walking forward, right? You really got to go for a tackle. But they didn't do that. They tried the taser. It just didn't work. And the guy gets to the door, opens it, and they shoot him. All right. So that has everybody super duper upset. And now there's protesting going on. And I'm surprised you guys haven't seen this because it's dominated my like internet today. This guy, Kyle Rittenhouse, drives from 1 or 2 states over to protect the property from the protesters. And it seems like...
Which property?
Just property in general.
Yeah, the random properties that they were burning.
Yes. Yeah. He's like, the protesters are bad guys. I'm a good guy. And in fairness, like there's this footage of him like cleaning graffiti off of, I don't know, some sort of big concrete monument, maybe, whatever it was. You know, he's out there scrubbing graffiti off, and he has his AR-15 with him. He also has like a medic kit. He's like, I'm here to help people who maybe got hurt or something. But he's 17 years old. I don't know if 17-year-olds can even have AR-15s in that state. In North Carolina, you can't, but it's usually state by state. So anyway, he's there, and you can see like I've seen like 12 minutes of like footage of all these different things that they put together that involve it. There's this short bald guy who had like a plastic bag, and I can't tell what's in it, but it looked like it had like clothes in it or something like that. And he's like aggressive and sort of looking for a fight. This guy, Kyle, not really looking for a fight, but also drove 2 states over with his gun, right? He's like not looking for a fight, but ready for a fight maybe. And they show these other guys. Anyway, the dude with the bag, the video like you don't really see what led up to it, but he's chasing this 17-year-old with the rifle. And he throws something at him. I've heard it called a Molotov cocktail. I've heard it called a firebomb. I've heard it called the plastic bag we saw in the earlier video. I don't know what he threw at him. But Kyle turns around, one taps the guy in the head with this, shoots the rifle, kills the guy.
I missed this.
Really? Yes.
What I saw was the guy shooting. Well, the guy shot at him with a pistol first, and then he shot that guy. And then he goes to that guy's aide that he's shot, and people start attacking him, and they throw something on fire at him. And then he runs away from them, and they tackle him to the ground. And a guy stands over him with a pistol to shoot him, and he shoots that guy in the arm.
That's the second incident. Yeah. So I think I'm right about the first part, my description of it, and you may have missed it. And then he's walking down the street, and I think this is where we join our stories again. People are yelling, he just shot a dude. That guy just shot a dude. And he had. But now he's trying to like sort of escape the area. And I didn't know that someone had shot at him first with the pistol, but Kyle saw that part. But he's trying to get away. He's trying to leave the scene, and the people are chasing him. And I don't know if he trips or what happens, but maybe they push him over. But now he's on his butt, and people are coming at him. He shoots a guy in the chest. Another guy wants to hit him with the skateboard. Maybe he's the chest guy. He shoots another guy in the bicep. Apparently, I didn't know that the dude he got shot in the bicep had a gun in his hand, and he was going to shoot him first. But he ends up wounding 1 and killing 2, if I have the story right. And it's a real interesting shooting to me. People are all over this thing. One guy is like, this armed vigilante, or one side says, this armed vigilante traveled 2 states over looking to, shoot protesters, and did. The other side says this is a clear case of self-defense. You know, they were going to hit him with the skateboard. There's the firebomb, which may or may not have been a firebomb. There's another guy with a gun. I mean, this is all self-defense. And like, if you look at the final minutes leading up to it in isolation, like I took a concealed carry course, and they talked about when all the shoot and no shoot situations is something they covered a ton for North Carolina. If you look at the last minute, it's definitely a shoot situation. It's definitely he feared for his life, serious bodily harm, not rape, but that's the other one. And it's like if a guy's going to swing a skateboard at your head, that's a shooting situation. Now you have what they call as a duty to retreat. You know, you're trying to leave the scene. You can't just stand your ground at the gas station and say that he was going to hit me. Like if you were able to leave the scene, you have to do that. He tried that. He was trying to leave the scene, and that they closed that option off. They chased him down. He had fallen onto his butt, and they were still attacking him. So his duty to retreat, according to me, was met. But if you look at it holistically and see that a few hours later he drove a state or two over to like put himself in this situation, then it's like, and it opens my eyes a little farther, and I'm like, it makes it more complicated than it would if I just watched the final 3 minutes of these guys' lives. And
the guy with the firebomb, I guess, was burning a car dealership down at the time of the shooting. That was his. That's why he had a firebomb. He was there at a car dealership to burn it down.
It wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't like he just had a firebomb and he was burning the car dealership down. It's totally reasonable.
Well, we all have hobbies, and I don't judge yours.
It was a registered firebomb. All right.
And that Camry was asking for it.
He was taking that firebomb home to his granny. She had asked him to go out shopping for firebombs, and he was just bringing it back to her, flaming.
Yeah.
And he was attacked by this young man.
Imagine if the angle was like, "We're bringing back American auto manufacturing." Fuck Toyota, just like burning Toyota, like every Korean and Japanese car dealership.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he had a legitimate reason for having a firebomb. He was
and I guess he had a firebomb. I feel like it's becoming a little less questionable, right? Because when I try to look at both sides, they're like, that's the plastic bag he threw. It didn't look like a firebomb in the video to me. And when he threw it, the ground didn't catch on fire. But I don't know why he threw a bag of clothes at him. Like, that's not like,
doesn't make any sense. A very effective weapon at all. Yes. A bag of clothes is not what you want to bring to any sort of altercation.
But that's just what it looked like in the video from like whatever hours earlier. Like that's what he was carrying around with him. So I don't know.
Sort of laundry war.
A laundry war. Yeah. So maybe it was a firebomb. I feel like we're coming like 80% sure it was a firebomb.
Taylor, didn't you say that one of the guys he shot was a child molester?
I saw something about that one of them was like, I don't know about child molester, but like some sort of like previously arrested or charged with like
sex crime,
some sex crime with a minor.
That's such an interesting
thing. Like, for me. I think one of them was that, and another one was a domestic abuser with a whole list of like assault and battery charges.
But he doesn't know that. What influence? I mean, I guess you could say like you're saying that those people are more likely to have been being violent because of their past history of.
I think we're just looking at the fact that the mob of people attacking the person laying on the ground were all already criminals.
Yeah, and Filthy, you're right. He doesn't know that. That to me is a little more relevant in like I don't know. What he did know is they were attacking him already. If there's a police situation, oftentimes they're like, turns out 7 years earlier he was breaking and entering. It's like, right. I get that the guy wasn't a saint, but
turns out you shot 37 times while he was sitting in his car asleep, though, officer. Yeah, but he was stirring. Yeah.
It was, there's often this like karma argument, but in this case, it's almost not needed because they were literally attacking the guy while he shot them. They were in the process of.
But Woody, he's white.
Everyone's white in this scenario. On the second night, the first one, the reason they were protesting in the first place, white cop, black guy trying to get into the car. But on the next night, all these protesters and the shooter, everyone in this is white. I think.
Okay, I know the skateboard. The guy that was trying to hit him with a skateboard. He looks like the kind of guy who would try to hit you with a skateboard.
But too old. He's like 32 years old and still a skateboard hitter.
Radical.
Who charges a guy with a gun with
a skateboard? You ever play Rock Skateboard AR-15? It only goes one way usually.
See, I thought I was going to win with Rock there, but you played AR-15 again, and I lost. No, this time I got it. Damn it! AR-15 again. No match for the AR.
Am I allowed to do the AR-15 thing? No, just you. Okay, well, I hate this game. I don't know why I keep playing.
That's funny.
Yeah, but you can see. Yeah, you can see the photo of the one guy with the Glock that did that little fake surrender.
I heard.
Yeah,
there's video footage of this footage.
Yeah,
something.
I don't think we can watch it.
We couldn't watch it on YouTube because it's graphic. But there's a still shot going around of the guy laying on the ground with his gun, and then one guy like holding his hands up as he's approaching him. And if you watch the slow-mo thing, the guy tries to do like a fake surrender, and then reaches for his gun and is coming around, gun brandished towards the guy, like pointing it at him. And it's then that the kid with the rifle shoots the guy with the gun in the arm. And it's like, if he hadn't shot him in the arm, he probably would have taken a cap right to the brain.
Everyone in this situation thinks they're the good guy, right? The guy who's shooting the kid on the ground, that kid just shot 2 people already. You know, he thinks he's ending a serial killer. The guy on the ground feels like he's defending himself. But he did come from 2 states over to start defending himself in a mob, right? So
that argument's not that compelling to me because it's like, does he have less right to be there than any rioter?
Yeah, we wouldn't say that.
He was
about
there to
all
protect property, right? Like he's there to.
What
protect
about all the people who drove states and states to join Martin Luther King in his peaceful marches? You know, nobody ever said, "Well, yeah, we beat all those black people bloody and sick the dogs on them," but they're from Illinois, right?
It just doesn't like
the states they came to get to Alabama to express their rights.
You can say it's a bad idea to do that without, I think, resorting to the whole, he had no business being over there. It's like, well, no, like anyone has a right to go to those things if they want.
I see your point.
Well, not me, but if you're going, you might want to bring a gun. It seems.
Just don't go. Don't go to these things. Don't go to the riots.
Oh, no,
why would you put yourself in that position?
I usually resist the whole "what were the parents thinking" argument, but he's 17. Your kid's taking an AR-15 to the riots. What were they thinking?
I don't know.
He's a pretty good shot. Have you seen him on range?
They lost a lot of say in it when they gave him the AR-15.
Yeah.
After that, he made a lot of his own.
I just imagine you literally saying that to his parents and then be like, "Have you seen the video?"
That's some good shooting.
My boy can lay him down.
Jesus. Yeah, it's definitely just advice to everyone. Don't go to the riots. It's not going to, there's nothing to gain unless like you're going to loot. And even then don't loot.
Well, there's a lot to gain.
Purchase things.
Yeah, Taylor. There's all sorts of free shit at riots.
I can't think of any public gathering where there's more to gain, Frank.
Don't be a thief and don't go to riots.
What if I just fly around on a paramotor? Would that be cool?
Oh, that'd be smart.
12 feet up, looking around.
Are you real fast on a
paramotor? It's the
Nightwing. Yeah, like you're kind of like a floating, like hovering target. And like, how have you painted it? Concentric circles? Like,
I'd love it if the Nightwing showed up at the riots to fight crime.
My cape's stuck in the prop. I go down.
So we go.
I really didn't think this through.
Right?
Yeah, that's day 1. Day 2, you're like, Jackie, I don't think I can run the cape anymore. It's been a good.
They're all laughing at the cape. They hate the ears.
That'd be a good Steve-O thing. I'm Steve-O, and this is where a MAGA had at a riot. Steve-O unfortunately passed away. Yeah, he wouldn't even do that. Yeah, there's nothing to gain by going to those
terrible
things. It's
situation. All sorts of badness happened. None of these people have to be dead. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way I would go to those things. I don't like public gatherings to begin with, but I'm certainly not going to go to one where burning cars and murdering people seems to be kind of normal.
Yeah, not good. And like, I don't even think
I'm not a gun guy. Tell me what an AR-15 is.
It's a semi-automatic. It's a semi-automatic military style rifle.
Like quite a long, big, large rifle.
Yeah, it could be short and compact. The thing is, it's like you asked me explain what a Honda Civic looks like exactly. And I'm like, well, really depends on the owner.
Yeah, it can get pretty ugly.
it can get pretty ridiculous, or it can be just real plain Jane. His was pretty plain Jane. It's M16 from Call of Duty. It looks like that, but his is fairly plain Jane for what it is. He's got a stock on it and like a little hollow sight, and 30 round PMag in it, but he's got a standard 4-end, and I don't know if he's got a muzzle device of any kind.
My Facebook feed was making fun of his budget AR.
Really?
That's what they went with.
I mean, it was more like you punks got beat by a budget AR was the line they were taking.
I mean, he's got
a decent red dot on
a
it.
budget.
He's got over $1,000 in this bad boy.
He's 17. That's a perfectly respectable 17-year-old's AR.
Yeah, he's got a nice stock on it.
Yeah. I mean, clearly it's not as, he had a 16-year-old AR. He's upgraded. This is one above. When he gets to 18 or 19, he's going to have a fucking
imagine when he was
tank.
9 or 10 years old, there was no red dot at all. And he's been working and saving.
Mm-hmm, probably.
Those are expensive. That's like a $600 optic he's got.
Maybe dad bought him like the base core AR set, and he's been adding the amenities to it.
You could do that. That's the cool thing about ARs. You could literally like buy. That would be a cool thing to like buy the kid like the lower. And then like he's got to earn like each additional piece for like a summer job or something, because it'd take forever. And they're so like modular that like you can literally start with like the little bitty piece, and then you've got to.
If he gets an A in history, the stock comes in, a magazine rolls in.
Yeah.
You get
I just know that slide fire stock that I'm not supposed to have. We'll slide that on if you can pass Jim this year.
I don't know. Like, I feel like when I get invested in some often physical type of thing, I like being that physical, right? Like, and this is always something I was a little curious about with like mixed martial arts or something. Because I started training that once or twice before, which was like, I don't know that ultimately I want that feeling of that situation of like, I want to use it. I fucking spent the time training it, figuring it out, learning it, putting the time in. A part of me wants to use it. And I don't know, like, is there any of that going on with the gun stuff? Like,
for some people, look, there's a lot of the gun culture is wide and varied, right? Like I always thought it was real silly, the guys who dress up in all the crazy gear and stuff and act like they're in a fucking SWAT team. I've always thought that was real silly, and that's some little dick syndrome shit. But I never wanted to shoot anybody, like I want for like that outlet as far as guns, like hunting and stuff like that was there. We'd go shoot pigs, and that was a lot more fun, I would imagine.
It wasn't that I wanted to shoot someone, but there is kind of a feeling of like, I don't know, invulnerability is the right word, but if you have a gun in your pocket,
safety.
All of a sudden, like, you're the toughest guy in this convenience store. If things were to pop off, you're the one with a gun. And it's not that you're hoping it pops off or anything, but I don't know.
I think you're just that one side a feeling of security there.
It's like having a life raft while you're going boating, or like having, any number of safety precautions. It's like having a fire extinguisher under the sink. You just feel a little bit safer if that ridiculous thing happens.
If I had to shoot someone to protect my child, wife, loved one, property, whatever it is, could I do it? Have you ever had that thought?
Sure. Yeah, I think I could. I don't think it'd be a big problem. But
with the adrenaline, once it gets going, most people
feel like
I'm great at paintball.
There's some level of like gun culture, or maybe it's the courses I've taken and things like that, where they're like, even if you're in the right, shooting can get you in a lot of trouble. Even if things go wildly well for you, the attorney's costs, it's a big problem. And there are plenty of people who tell you how to talk to the police or something if you've been in a shooting. Like, the only words you can say are, "I feared for my life. I need an attorney." Like that's it. Say nothing else but those things, or there's something close to that. And I never daydreamed of shooting anyone. I never wanted that. Halfway because there is no shooting where that ends well, right? There's no shooting where you're like, you know what? That's better than what I was going to do tonight.
Sometimes
Can I paraphrase what you just said, Woody? You just said the legal hassle of shooting someone would be a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in a lot of money. It's like, I don't know. Like, if you were to get in trouble for I don't know, and I'm lacking words, but yeah, I know where you're headed on that. Like, well, the legal problem of shooting is a lot of work. That's your concern.
Yeah.
But if that guy
killing a bad guy isn't a big concern for me.
Right? If this guy's already broken into my home, I'm feeling pretty justified, really. But it's still, he's like, I have problems even if this went well. I don't think Kyle says it can, but they sort of taught us, they could be wrong, that even if it goes great, even if the guy clearly like broke in your house and had a knife at your daughter's head and you hit him right in the forehead and everything went, that you like still have a court case and you still have to win.
And I guess that's not true. I'm wondering if this kid's
maybe
motivation.
I went too extreme in my example.
Yeah, well, like in a lot of cases, if it's going to come down to like the local law enforcement guy, right? The sheriff's going to make a decision in many cases, and if the sheriff says, yeah, it's justified, then that's fucking case closed in many situations, unless there's a big media stink and the state picks it up or the feds pick it up for some reason.
Here's an example that wasn't clean. So if someone breaks into your house, if someone's in the act of breaking into your house in North Carolina, that was a shoot. It's a little easier now with the castle doctrine, but dude's staying at his girlfriend's house. Bad guy busts through the window, right? Breaks the window, enters the house through a broken window. As he's approaching them and they're in their bed, boyfriend pulls the gun out of the nightstand, shoots the bad guy. And he had to go to court because it wasn't his house. He was staying over hers. And they're like, he had a duty to retreat. He should have left. And he should have left. It's not his house because you get certain extra rights if you're in your house. But since he was staying over hers, and gun people are like, what? Should have left? What, maybe tie a bow on your girlfriend and then leave? Give it to the bad guy?
Yeah, right.
But he had to go to court and he did win. But he had to win. He had.
I told you should have put me on the lease.
Yeah. So they use that as an example. That was actually from my Kid Steel Carry course. As like, if you do have to shoot, it's gonna suck.
Yes.
Things that seemed clear cut to us weren't clear cut to everyone.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little dubious of a 17-year-old picking up an assault rifle, an AR, whatever this rifle is, essentially building component-wise this rifle, driving 2 states over to be part of a activity where he ends up having to use that assault rifle. It sounds a bit like someone walking around looking for a fight. Well, forget like if he wants to kill someone or hurt someone or if it's a vigilante, he's maybe not punishing anything. It looks like a bit of bravado and the wanting to kind of throw down on something, right? And I don't know. Like I don't know that I could see that temptation, right? Like I have a gun, some assholes in my fucking house breaking in. I'm going to shoot his dumb ass for this, right? I could see that. Mm-hmm. And a part of me being wondering, like, could I do it? Would I do it? Like a part of me wondering about that. Mm-hmm. Just have the tools. What are you buying those tools for, investing in this training for if you're not willing to do that? And I don't know. Like without the knowledge of that, I just wonder at his motivation.
I see both sides. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have more? Yeah. If you look at the last minute, it seems like a very good case of clear shooting, a good shooting to me. If a guy's swinging a skateboard at your head and you've already tried to retreat and you get him in the mid swing, good shooting, bro. That's what the Second Amendment's for, defending yourself. But if you take it in the context of the whole day where this guy came 2 states over and stuff, then it gets much more foggy for me. Yeah. But not for Taylor, I guess. Taylor feels like that's not compelling. He had every right to be there.
Well, no, it's just the whole 2 states over argument. Like it's totally different from saying like, yeah, he shouldn't have gone there. That was a bad idea. Like you shouldn't put yourself in harm's way like this. That was stupid. You're right with the parent thing. His parents should have been like, no, do you not see the Twitter clips? Do you not see what's going on out there? Do you not see the burning buildings and the violence, the assaults, the nonsense? Don't go. But the whole like, he drove 2 states over. It's like, oh, okay. So now people can't travel and go to protests or riots or whatever.
It speaks to his mind. It speaks to what he's thinking about, though, right? Like, if this were on his street, there's the added now thing of he was just at fucking home. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a different thing if it's like if it spontaneously happens in his normal routine and this happens to him. It's a different thing than if he has gone out of his way to go to a situation where this is more likely to happen.
I was pretty clear cut with that Missouri couple that stood in front of their yard. There are a couple things they could have done better for optics, hold the gun properly, stop muzzle sweeping everyone. Mm-hmm. But the general idea of I'm standing in my front yard, don't mess with this place.
Yeah.
that's the Second Amendment. I'm kind of for that.
That's fine. You just watched them break down the wrought iron door that's supposed to keep people out of your private neighborhood. Of course you're afraid.
Right. And it turns out they were on private property. They weren't just people on that public street walking by. No, this is already your private area. And you just you need to stay this far away. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. They're allowed to defend your own house. This guy, not an exact parallel. He was defending himself, but only after he put himself in the middle of a mob.
Yeah. And it's really gray. Without seeing more of it, it's really hard to pass judgment on that, past the fact that, as you say, both sides, you're right. You're taking the moment, someone's threatening your life, and you shoot that person and kill that person. Yeah, absolutely. If you just take that one clip of it, but what did you do to that person? What led into that? How did you get in that situation? All this is relevant to some degree. So
yeah, we'll see how the court treats it, and and I wonder if the ramifications of that decision will weigh into the decision, right? Rodney King, and most people too young, but Rodney King riots didn't happen because Rodney King got beaten. Rodney King riots happened because the police were found not guilty, right? They clearly were guilty. There's 6 of them beat the fuck out of a guy until he was mentally damaged and bruised and just trashed. They were taking out their frustrations on a near lifeless body. And the court ruled that was okay. That is when those riots happened. If this guy, in either direction, you could find him guilty or not guilty, and someone's going to be very upset with how this goes.
Yeah, if he's found innocent of I think I saw somewhere they're doing that thing where they really overbite it, take a too big of a bite out with first degree murder. It's well, you're not going to get that. That doesn't seem very likely at all. So yeah, I don't think they'll get him for that, and that'll probably be enough on its own that people will start rioting and burning things, and it seems to be a pattern.
We'll see. Yeah, or if they do lock him up, there's a whole other group of people that will be upset. If he gets, I forget which side you just said, but anyway, in either case, there's going to be one side or the other who's not happy. So the dude wanted to be a cop. He was Blue Lives Matter. This is an interesting thing nowadays, right? You do something and they go to your social media and find out who you were, all the things you've said for the last 18 months. People just type their feelings online all the time. So now I can go to your Instagram and Facebook feed and etc. and find out, a little bit about you, which groups you were members of, all the Blue Lives Matter flags you've posted and stuff like that. I think he was part of some he's young, so he can't be a cop, but pre-cop cadet fantasy group type thing that he had.
Mitty was in one of those. We're watching you,
Mitty. Anyway, I thought it's been dominating not just my internet lately, but kind of my mind. Shit went down in a really big way, and this one is gray. So is
this going to get better? How long? These big riots and everything. This has been going on for a while. When's the last time this stuff is stretched out this long?
People like burning shit.
I'm a fan.
I like it too.
People like free stuff and burning, but
I like watching it. So keep it up. Keep it up. Not much on TV. Look, not much on TV these days. The movie industry seems to be dying. So keep burning shit. Keep shooting it out with dudes.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing to watch.
I like the way Taylor said, is this gonna get better? What are we doing here?
I think it will. They'll burn bigger things.
Yeah, that's Kyle's direction. He's eventually they'll move on to even larger structures.
It'll get better when these riots happen in more flammable places.
I need flamethrowers. God
Summer's getting late. It's a dry summer.
Dry summer. I don't care. I don't care.
Really?
I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I don't care.
Well, it's the stability of our nation. It affects all of us.
Nah, it doesn't. What's the biggest impact it's had on your life?
Raleigh got wrecked.
But how did that impact your life?
Well, I went down there and I had to see it.
Oh, so you got a little entertainment for free.
It hit close to home. That's all. So I didn't go down there to see it. I went down there for other reasons. I'm in the
Not
city.
too close though, or you'd have shot him.
It was in the daytime, 2 days later, and all these windows were broken. All this stuff was roughed up, and it was like, fuck, they just, I don't know, rampaged.
Did you see they had that couple that defended their home from the mob? Speak at the RNC.
Yes, yeah. Did
you know what?
See the speech?
They looked a lot thinner in the still.
They look better. They look better.
She really did some camera tricks, because I think she knew that clip of her out front of her house, not flattering at all. Wouldn't have been surprised if she went on a bit of a crash diet leading up to that RNC thing.
I would.
Probably been a little stressful.
If I had to speak,
their house is nice as shit.
If I had to speak at the RNC, I go 2 weeks without food.
You can see lose weight. Yeah, just want to show up there looking gaunt, those angular cheekbones.
Yeah, get that shit worked in.
Chase Utley would love that.
You're just up there like, I look great. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what. Just like passing out of there.
It's gonna be a fun election year. Can you imagine the riots if Trump wins?
Oh my God, it's gonna go
or loses.
I would be very. There's not gonna be riots if Trump loses.
Yeah, those people don't riot.
They're gonna bring out their guns. They're gonna march
and burn down buildings.
But then they don't burn things or shoot people that don't start things with them.
My prediction is that Biden's going to win big. I don't think Trump has much of a chance at this point, but if Trump does win, yeah, it will be another just fucking freak out.
There will be a freak out if Trump wins. People in either case, I feel like both sides are primed not to believe the election results.
Oh, we could slide right into martial law.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Woody. That's a fucked up place to be.
Both sides are primed not to believe the election results. So that's a challenge right there. I would have said Joe Biden was going to kill it if you talked to me 3 weeks ago, but the gap's closing a little bit. I feel like, what the last time the Democrats had about 2 or 3% more votes and still lost. So to have like an 8% national advantage right now doesn't feel that safe. And it's trending, like coronavirus is sort of wrapping up, right? Is that really going to be a huge issue in November that's hurting him so much?
Wrapping up.
I just mean the cases are in the decline and the deaths are on the decline. If that pattern doesn't change, then by November, I don't know. It's a shitty thing that happened last summer. Maybe not the defining issue of the election like it is now.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care who wins anymore. I just want entertainment.
Well, then you want Trump. He's funnier.
You're solidly on the burn everything camp, it sounds like.
Not everything. I don't want the things to burn. But if they're on fire, I'm going to watch.
What did you say, Phil?
What do we need to protect? What would we come out to actually protect? What
would I come out to protect?
Yeah,
Colorado crops for one.
Nothing that I don't fucking own. I'm not going to come protect your shit if they're burning it down. Leave my shit alone. It's not like I can do much to protect it anyway. I'm going to go out there and get beaten to death by a mob.
I'm
not going out there to protect somebody else's shit. That's dangerous.
He's got blow darts. Like, this kind of hurts for a second.
It's not real effective.
Got a goddamn blow gun. Yeah, that's not happening. But I'm enjoying the civil unrest. I'm enjoying the little clips I get to watch on Live Leak and stuff like that. This last shooting was very entertaining. Like that was crazy. I've never seen anybody. Yeah. He's on his back and the guys are trying to kill him and he shoots him with a fucking AR-15. That's crazy.
And the shots, if I have it right, he hit a headshot on the first guy, the one that was the part that Kyle didn't see. A chest shot on the next guy where he's like sitting down in the street. And then a bicep shot of the arm that held the gun on the next guy.
This guy's Batman.
Dude, like, the bicep shot might be better than a chest shot in the situation where there's a gun in that arm.
He shot the gun out of his hand.
You can imagine, like, the cops watching that clip, they're like, I could have done that, too. This 17-year-old isn't making me feel insecure about shooting.
I imagine, like, the police detective sitting him down in that scary questioning room and, like, look. Cards on the table, son. This is serious business. How'd you get so good? Because look, I tried Weaver stance, and then I went to isosceles, and I do a lot of combat shooting. But god damn it, whenever I'm gunning one of those guys down. I shoot 20, 30 times. I'm reloading it. How'd you do it?
Kyle's sentence has been commuted to 400 hours of police marksmanship training.
They're gonna teach him how to handle his weapon safely. No. He'll be instructing the class.
Before you know it, you got cops like parkouring around,
doing rolls.
Yeah. It's. Did you see the thing that like Nancy Pelosi's now trying to discourage the idea of a debate?
I did see that, and I hate it. I hate it. Yeah.
They're going to ride that wave, I'm telling you. They do not want Biden out front. They want Kamala out front.
I hate the whole idea of it. There's supposed to be debates. You're supposed to debate. It's a good chance to see the president. Biden is winning by hiding in his bunker, and they're just like, how can we hide deeper? No, bro. Mm-hmm. Like, look, I'm not faulting you for a strategy that's working, but you can't ride that all the way to November. You do have to come out and do 3 debates. And they agreed to 3 debates. And for Biden's credit, they asked him about it. And he's like, nah, we're going to do 3 debates. I want to do it. So it's just Pelosi talking. But I'm also like, are we sure they're not in cahoots? Is she not
they're definitely in cahoots,
priming the people to start like thinking that this is normalized not to have debates and such? Like,
does he know who he's debating?
Trump, in kind of a backhanded compliment, he's like, Biden was so terrible that he came out of the DNC and crushed that speech. It was so good. He's got to be on drugs. I want drug testing for the debates. I want a drug test for the debates.
Well, hang on a minute. We don't want. Maybe if they just test Biden.
Dude, what's Trump going to come back positive for? KFC?
Fucking stimulants,
Stimulants.
He's on that fucking cold medicine.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? He's way too fat for stimulants.
It's dude. It shows up every so often. There's a photo of him in the Oval Office with like boxes and boxes of stimulants in one of his like desk drawers and stuff.
I have no problem with that.
He should be thinner.
Taylor, are you telling me there's a weight loss drug that I don't know? What stimulant makes me lose weight?
Pretty much every single stimulant is going to be an appetite suppressant. So I'm saying, like,
can you just get these over the counter?
Trump has a shocking body if he's in stimulants.
Or a shocking appetite that he overcomes adversity.
Yeah, he'd be even bigger if he didn't take those stimulants. I would be the size of a house if you didn't give me those pills. Yeah, he's pretty fucking fat. Fatter than Biden.
Yeah,
but Biden and Trump are both at the age where it doesn't matter if you're fat. Just one random Saturday, something could happen.
I waited until the day Biden made his acceptance speech to pay Kyle because I was still hoping that he wouldn't get the nomination. I think I was actually a day or two late. Like when the delegates said it, that's when I should have paid. But
yep.
In any
what did you lose?
If he wins, he's going to be playing in his bubble.
I turned that money. I took that money, pumped it right into OnlyFans.
Yeah. Well, that makes me pleased. I went to a good cause. Dude, OnlyFans is an interesting thing. It has turned the porn industry upside down. They were talking to Mia Khalifa.
I just thought of that literally. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Mia Khalifa did like 11 videos or something like that and made $11,000.
She's lying about that. But I know I saw the same video you saw. And,
okay.
She is lying about that, but the point is still there that those mainstream porn stars make very little money doing stuff they don't necessarily want to do. They're not directing, they're just acting. Whereas you've got these girls on OnlyFans making tens of thousands of dollars a month doing exactly what they want.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think Mia Khalifa actually makes a lot of money on OnlyFans now too. I'm not sure if I have that right, but the model has changed. OnlyFans it sounded a little like YouTube where they're getting paid a percentage on advertising, but they're also getting direct donations. And now porn stars are making bucks, tens of thousands a month. Go ahead.
So there's like a monthly subscription fee that you're paying, and it varies a lot. Lumi's is $12.50 a month to get on board.
How many months are you into that one?
I just bought it like the day before yesterday, honestly.
As soon as the PayPal went through,
it's $12.50 and it unlocks all the photos that she's ever put on here and all the videos and stuff. And then but then some of them are censored. I don't feel like I can't show. It's not X-rated or anything, or I would show it. But like, there's this picture here of her like, I was dancing around my room listening to music, but stopped to take this progression pic for you. I guess she's getting in shape. And it's like a side angle view of her butt. And then she's pulling her shirt up over her boobs. And she's got her boob blurred out. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of lame. I
paid $12 for blurred boobs.
Porn?
I'm paying $12.50 and I don't get the boob. And then today I look and she's private messaged me. Not me in particular. I'm sure she private messages all of her fools.
Hey, cutie. Thanks for signing up again.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the exact message?
Let me get the exact message.
You nailed it. That was
Hey, insert name here.
Just a shout out to my favorite pay pig.
Exactly. She says, if you didn't get a chance to see, this is the sweaty workout pic. Okay. She says, if you didn't get a chance to see, this is the sweaty workout picture, uncensored, showing my perky nipple. And then there's like 3 like emote faces of like the blushing face going, woo. And
can you leave comments like under her sweaty pics, like "clean yourself up, you whore"? Like,
if I wanted to lose my $12.50, I could do that. Yeah. And then after that, she says, if you want to see the uncropped workout photo from the side showing my nipple instead, and there's 2 of those faces, and then right next to that it says unlock for $35. It's like, you're paying $30.
I got to ask, how good are the pictures?
I'm not paying that. I'm not doing that. It's literally $35 per nipple to get those bad boys unlocked. And I'd already seen one because someone like screen grabbed it and then sent it to me on Discord. And
was it a $35 nipple?
Of course it
was. Was it a guy's nipple or a girl's nipple?
How dare you?
Were you bamboozled? Did one of the patrons take a picture of their own nipple?
We were talking about this before the show. I feel like it's almost like inappropriate to even discuss that. But looks like a lady to me.
People are just memeing on you, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And look, like I said before the show, if that person was born male with male genitalia, that's pretty man. It's pretty man.
Pretty man, and indeed, without a doubt. But so it's still weird to me that like a woman in her underwear from the front, there's a package there that you can see through.
Describe it thoroughly.
Like a camel's toe, and but but very dry, like the Sahara. A little Ben Shapiro callback.
So
when you touch it, it sounds like a straw in a drink lid. But she never shows that view. And I feel like if I had been accused of being, the sex I wasn't portraying myself as 150,000 times like she has, then I might be like, check out my camel toe. If I didn't want to show a full-on show bottomless pics, I could sort of, end this controversy.
I feel you.
It's always, what is she keeping people in the OnlyFans for, right? There's got to be that little, that carrot on the stick.
That's the Belle Delphine. That's the Belle Delphine method. Now, I refuse to pay for Belle Delphine's OnlyFans because there is absolutely not. No, that is because there is a little subreddit that I'd like to share with everyone. That's called Belle Delphine Patreon, where this is like all of her pictures, like in case you don't know, are like censored to some degree. She doesn't show. Like you've never seen her vagina or her nipples. You just see like glimpses, like a pixel of a nipple between a finger, like maybe. And these guys like zoom in and they're like, look at those pixels, boys. And they all freak out. But like very recently, like literally, oh, that's a fake picture. Yesterday, there's one here. Sometimes they put fakes on here too. Yeah, because it's like her full vagina and butthole. And like her whole thing is like she spreads her legs, but like perfectly covers like the 1 square inch that you actually want to see. But yeah, the Belle Delphine Patreon subreddit has all of her pictures that these guys are paying for, but they have them here on Reddit for your viewing pleasure.
The whole why would people keep subscribing? So you don't show them what they want to see. Do you remember when Clara Babylegs first started doing like chatterbait stuff? So Clara Babylegs, YouTuber, she was girlfriend of Basherverse. You remember this guy? He was a Minecraft YouTuber. His whole audience was kind of a little weird. His whole audience was, Minecraft kids, right? Like very young ones. But he and his girlfriend were kind of kinky. And his channel evolved from Minecraft to like, I don't know, watch me pour flour on my naked girlfriend prank, which was a little dirty. And anyway, eventually she started doing dry chatterbait type stuff. And she would like just progressively show more and more and more, but never what you wanted to see. It took her ages to show her pussy. She's there masturbating with a Hitachi over her panties in her private shows. And people would just come again. She made so much more money than she would have had she just given the goods out of the game.
Yeah, her OnlyFans is $14.99.
She still does it, Clara Baby Legs.
It's just shopping for. This is like shopping for wine, Kyle. You're like, you have a range that you normally go with, and like a couple maybe like on the high end of that, and then there's a few the low end for like a real drunk night kind of deal.
I'm almost certainly not going to renew this $12.50 that I spent the other day, but I just wanted to look, and it was worth my $12 to see what was going on. You have to make an account
to even gawk around on this site. I'm not doing that.
Just sign in with your your whatever account you're logged into already.
Just link it to your Twitch account
on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I'm there now too.
You don't have an email account that you're like logged into?
I don't guess. Okay.
I mean, you're gonna have to pay to see anything, like anything.
Oh, well then no.
You have to pay to see anything. Like there aren't even some like
you can probably see thumbnails.
You can see like their profile picture, like whatever that is, like like your YouTube channel picture, like that essentially. You can see that.
Did you kind of run out of content on Pornhub?
No.
A long time ago. There's just not enough porn out there, Filthy, and they're not making it at the rate in which I consume it.
Gotcha. That makes more sense.
I
right? Like
Lumi,
you're ahead of the curve.
I like Lumi, and I was curious. I liked watching her PUBG stuff, and but I was just curious, like what was going on there. And this girl I know in real life has an OnlyFans, so I was going ahead and jumping on board for her. Support her.
A little bit of support.
That's right.
Yeah, a little bit of support.
Content creator.
Yeah. I support content creators. That's right. Absolutely.
That's right. Just sub to my channel.
There you go. 15 months in a row.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, go ahead.
And supporting content creators. And I wanted to see what was going on over there because I've honestly had never been on OnlyFans before. I'd obviously heard about it, but I wanted to see what was going on, especially on hers, to see what was happening.
Yes. And it turned out to be a great disappointment, right?
It's been a bit of a disappointment. I would say I'd give it.
But is this on you, perhaps, Kyle? Because this sounds a little bit like you went somewhere. It's expensive location. Like you came in with like $100 and you needed like $500 to play the game, right? It sounds like she wants $30 for something you're paying $12 for.
Yeah, I'm not paying $35 per nipple. That's just not happening.
Yeah, that's absurd. So real quick before we jump on to the next thing, got a couple wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Admit it. You think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you'd be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you might as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, and tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN protection only takes a single click. Using ExpressVPN, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my personal data stolen. For less than $7 a month, you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/PKI. That is expressvpn.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more. So check that out. I know that I have ExpressVPN. I think Woody and Kyle do as well. So go ahead and get that. This episode of PKA is also brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Are you one of those people who think it's okay to drive stoned? What's the worst that can happen? You'll end up driving below the speed limit? No big deal, right? Wrong. The truth is your reaction times slow way down when you're high. You not only put yourself in danger, but everyone around you. Talk about a buzzkill. Stop kidding yourself. It's not okay to drive high. If you've been using marijuana in any form, do not get behind the wheel. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. So thank you, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, for that. And remember to get ExpressVPN and Bluechew. Be secure on the internet, not high with a hard dick. There you go. Perfect.
All those things are good.
Wrapped them all up together. So there we go. Well, we lost half the show, didn't we?
Not really.
Oh, piece of shit.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. I'm looking through these AMA questions. I know Chiz was saying we need to get through some of these, but no, we should wait for Woody for those. We should definitely wait for Woody.
Okay.
I bought this new service called Shudder through Prime Video. I've
got it.
You have Shudder?
Yeah.
So I just added it for the free 7-day thing last night because I wanted to watch one of those. There is nothing between the absolute worst horror on there and then 1 in 20 movies will be like, this is pretty fucking good horror.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's like, I watched one called like Cannibal Farm and it was just so retarded. I love bad horror though, so it being retarded isn't that bad. Are you going to keep Shudder? Because I don't think I am at this point. It hasn't won me over. They don't have enough of a content library of horror films. Otherwise, I'd keep it for sure.
There's just so much shit horror on there that I do need to unsubscribe from it. I need to figure out how, because I've probably been subbed for 3 or 4 months or something like that. The Void is really good. If you want to watch that, it's on there. It's The Void. It's a little low budget, but you don't notice it. It's Lovecraftian horror. It's definitely got that going on.
Is it actually scary, or is it more of like a sci-fi thriller kind of thing? That's what
it's not sci-fi. It's more like a body horror and the occult.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll check that out. I'll probably watch.
I think it's good. It was entertaining. I wanted to talk. I'll wait till Woody gets back, but I got our next topic. I want to talk about that young lady who's a member of our $50 patron club, and the movie that she shared with me the other day.
Oh yes, you teased that before the show. It doesn't even sound like you're telling the truth about what that movie's about. But,
exactly. The premise of the movie is so bonkers that Taylor was like, "Well, that's not a real thing." But
you didn't even give us the title. I didn't even want to look it up. This is an interesting film.
Let me find the title again, because I have already forgotten it.
We're talking about Shudder, Filthy. It's like the SHUDDER. It's this new service on Amazon. It's strictly horror films and horror series. And once they flesh that out and build a bigger content library, I can see myself paying the same amount as Netflix. I would replace Netflix with that. Half the shit I watch on Netflix is shitty horror movies or shitty thrillers that I like. Just mindless nonsense.
I've never gotten into that. Like, my brother's a big horror fan, and I just never really found that a genre that grabbed me. I hate jump scares. Fucking hate them. Like, physiologically, I just don't like the feeling of a jump scare. It just annoys the piss out of me, right?
I prefer psychological fear.
True.
Have you seen Witch or The Witch? Maybe
is that the one with like the Witch, like 2 V's in it? Yeah, I watched that. That
one's quite good. I don't know exactly what year it is, but think like 1500, 1600, something like that. Pre-colonial America, and this father, his wife, and maybe 3 kids sort of leave the village. They're being cast out of the village for his religious beliefs, and it seems that he's even more religious than they are. It's not that he's evil or anything, and living out on a remote farm by themselves, they have some issues with a witch. And I thought it was pretty good. There's some satanic stuff going on, and
it's definitely more. There's a couple jump scares, but they don't rely on that.
Very few jump scares.
I run into there's a couple things that I don't love either way, right? I watched Hostel a million years ago, right?
Yeah,
that's body horror, right? So
it's a Roth movie.
Yeah, torture porn, exactly. The body horror, where it's like you're getting like zoomed in shit of people's Achilles tendons being cut and shit like that, and I'm just like. I don't want to watch this. like that. I don't like that stuff. And I don't particularly like jump scares either, because it's like I get my body reacts real strong to jump scares. Like I get the real heart acceleration, adrenaline rush, and I just don't fucking like it. It annoys me that
predictable almost, where like if I'm watching a horror movie, I want to be spooked psychologically, where I'm like,
yeah,
oh man, this is genuinely creepy. It's giving me I saw that character in the back. I got a little that, I don't even know what
Hereditary is good
called,
for that,
where you just get a chill. But the jump scares, when you do get a jump scare, it's like, what the fuck? Now I know that there's not going to be a jump scare for a while. Like you crested your kind of apex there, and now you blew your wad, and we're going back down again. Whereas if there's a consistent high stress level of like that's what you want in a horror movie. You don't want it to be, oh no, there's a ghost now, and it's like, oh okay, awesome. So now I know there's going to be 8 more minutes until there's another guy standing behind the pantry when he gets an apple or something.
I watched some horror movie as a kid out of the cinema. I don't remember which one it was, but it was there was the supernatural villain in it was some like doctor, like haunted doctor or some whatever, right? But the way they filmed him, he didn't move fluidly. He didn't move like a human being moved, didn't walk. It was kind of like jolting, like cuts almost as he moved.
That sounds
like Japanese. Girl. Yeah.
And I thought that was really, the first time I encountered that, I'm like, that was scary in the moment to me. And it also wasn't a fucking jump scare, and it stuck with me as something
settling,
because they really captured that not quite human feel of it, right? With that cinematography, which I thought was pretty fucking good.
I don't mind some jump scares. I just don't want them to rely on the jump scares, because I love The Exorcist. The Exorcist has jump scares though. Like there's a scene where the mother goes up in the attic to see what all the noise is up there, and the guy's telling her it's not rats, and she's got a candle. Is it called a candelabra? The thing that holds like multiple and she's like trying to see what's going on, and all of a sudden the candles all ignite like gas lanterns, like get really big, and it's a jump scare. But there's not a ton of jump scares.
They don't use it like a crutch.
No, exactly that. There's a lot of The Exorcist is probably my favorite horror movie. I really like The Conjuring. I really like The Descent, the first one with the girls who go spelunking.
That's a good one.
That's a really good one for me. And but this movie this girl just recently recommended, I can't believe I watched it. I shouldn't have watched it. It is I'll wait for Woody.
I'm excited to get your recap, because all you gave us was like a one phrase thing before the show. No, don't give any hints, but wait for it, because the little hint he gave me was enough to get my wheels turning.
I don't like being manipulated by movies, right? Like I know the whole fucking genre, like the whole thing about movies is this is
a new genre.
New genre? Okay.
You've never seen a movie like this.
Crossover between horror and sex. That's what I'm getting. Those are the two things we've talked about tonight. So it's got to be in between.
There is horrific sex in it. I will say that.
Okay. I think my favorite horror movie of all time is The Thing.
Oh yeah, that's right up there with me too. I love The Thing. I'll take that back. I don't like all John Carpenter stuff, because some of his shit I just really do dislike. But I like that one a lot. It's one of my favorite movies. I've seen it 30 times probably. Fucking McCready, played by Kurt Russell, is so goddamn good. Yeah. And then the creature itself and the way it works and the rules behind it are really cool. Them sort of turning on each other and nobody knowing who's the thing is a cool aspect of the movie. I love that. And the location.
Was this the Antarctica one, or
it is? They made a prequel / remake maybe 5 years ago that relied heavily on CGI, but the original is all in camera. Like all the special effects are in camera. We talked about this not that long ago, but one of the coolest shots for me, there's a body that's like been infected. And there's a doctor on the Antarctic base, and he's got the paddles, to the defibrillator paddles, and he goes to apply them. And when he does, the chest opens up like jaws, and his hands go into the body cavity, and the jaws bite his arms off. And so he pulls away these two stubs, and he's screaming. They achieved that visual by using an actor who didn't stumps, like they put fake arms on a guy with stumps, whatever. Really? And then he puts that into the jaws, and then it literally bites the fake arms off. And so he pulls away his actual stumps, and he's going, and it looks so real, because it is. I mean, a body didn't bite his arms off. Well, it did. A body did bite his arms off, technically.
Yeah, that's definitely up there. I wouldn't put American Psycho as a horror movie. I'd put that as a thriller.
Thriller. I would say.
I understood that movie. I watched it a million years ago, but it left me with a lot of questions. I'm like, what the fuck?
It requires two watchings about what's actually going on. They intentionally film it. They would film like there's the interrogation scenes with Willem Dafoe speaking to Christian Bale's character, and they would have Willem Dafoe do 3 different takes. One,
so many fucking good films.
Yeah, they would do one take where Willem Dafoe knows that Christian Bale did it, and he would do it that way, and then they would do another where he doesn't know who did it, and then they would do another where he believes Christian Bale is completely innocent. And then they would chop all 3 up and mix them together. So you get this weird thing where you're like, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah. I remember that being the feeling I walked away from the movie. Was like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, that movie has a lot of turns like that. When he just loses it at the end and just starts murdering homeless people. How are you doing? Mr. Bates or whatever. He just blows the guard's head off.
I love how fucked up whatever he did to those prostitutes was, where she was just like, we're never coming back here.
Yeah, we're never going back here.
This was a big mistake.
Money you have. Yeah, that movie.
So what conversation did I walk into?
Horror movies.
That
was about how Kyle met his current girlfriend.
Yeah. Get out that old clothes iron, straighten her out, get the blowtorch, and have a good time. So we were talking about horror movies, and I was talking about one of our $50 patrons. I was talking to her about movies and horror movies specifically, and I think I recommended a couple to her. I was like, watch Event Horizon and maybe The Void. I might have recommended that one to her too. And she was like, have you ever heard of The Strange Thing About the Johnsons? And I was like, no, what's that like? And she's like, oh, it's a good one. It's made by the same guy who made Hereditary. And I was like, well, Hereditary wasn't my favorite horror movie, but it was definitely a really well-made horror movie, and I respect it. So, all right, I'm going to go watch The Strange Thing About the Johnsons. Well, it is a half-hour, roughly, short film made in 2011, made by Ari Aster. And the premise is, all right, let me walk you through one of the opening scenes, one of the early scenes of the movie.
Please.
Young black kid, maybe 13 years old. He's in bed. He's jerking off, and he's got a little bit of jerk material that he's looking at. This is
porn.
No, this is. Oh yeah. What he's looking at,
as opposed to lotion. I'm trying to get my hands around jerk material.
I thought you were saying like the I was describing a porno. I got a little confused at first. So essentially, you see he's holding something.
I have a lot of supplies when I jerk off. There's a whole host.
I understand. It's like a tackle box. Gotta get the poppers, everything. So he's jerking off. You can start to see his hand moving under the blankets, and he's holding something that he's looking at, some visual stimulation. And his father walks in and catches him. And it's a little awkward, and the dad comes up and he's like, hey, look, this is completely natural, right? Like, look. You're growing up. You're becoming a man. I get it. Just, hey, don't let your mom catch you. That'll be embarrassing. But look, just keep the door closed. I'll knock from now on. They had that talk. Really, really good stuff. The dad handles it perfectly or whatever. The dad leaves, and the kid looks back at his jerk material. Anyone want to take a guess what he was looking at?
I won't say. I just read the synopsis, and that was a roller coaster ride.
Nope,
he's looking.
I'm probably wrong. Was it gay porn? Is it just as simple as that?
He's looking at a picture of his dad. That's what he's jerking off to.
Okay.
So then we go forward in time. Keep in mind, it's a short film.
Wasn't this fortuitous? Minutes. This worked out better for him than he thought.
Yeah.
Well, you'll see.
Yeah. So he begins to systematically rape his father over the course of their lives. At his wedding, the son's getting married, and he's got his bride next to him. His mom and dad are there. They're posing for the picture, and the son is grabbing the dad's ass in the back. He's like, yeah, getting him a big handful of daddy ass. And then he takes his dad in the back, like in this hidden area. And he's like mouth fucking the dad, like raping his mouth in the back. And the dad is super ashamed of all this. He's literally being raped by the son, but he can't tell anyone. And there's scene where the dad is taking a bath. He's just trying to get away from all the rape. And I want to say it was a scene where he didn't know the son was still in the house. Maybe they'd had like a dinner party, and the son should have gone home with his own wife, but the son like breaks a picture frame out, and he goes, "I'm going to stay and clean this up," to his wife, and his wife leaves. So it's just him, his mother, and his father in the home now. And so the dad is in the bathtub. He's got a headset on like I do, and he's listening to some music. He's relaxing in the fucking bathtub, and the son starts knocking on the door, but the dad doesn't hear it. Well, this enrages the son. He goes, "You know how I feel about locked doors." And you're just like, "Oh no, what's he really
is rapey."
And the son starts bashing the door down with his shoulder, and the door is like splintering, like the frame of the door, and he comes into the room, and the dad goes, "Ah!" and then you just cut away to the mother upstairs in bed, like watching television, sitting on the edge of the bed, turning the volume up,
She knows.
up, to cover the screams of the father while he's getting ass raped down in the bathroom below.
Is that how it ends?
This is entertainment.
Oh no, the ending. I'm gonna spoil the ending. Anyone who's not gonna watch the movie,
I would never watch this.
I'm not gonna
exactly.
watch this.
That's why I usually don't spoil endings but this one I don't think anyone's gonna watch. But if you're gonna watch it, cut away right now. It'll take me like 30 seconds to tell the ending. Now, all right. So the ending is the dad is writing his story. He's like writing it in a memoir and on his computer about how this all happened. It's called "It Hurts to Sit." The Johnson family story, and he's got it all written out, how this all happened and why he's afraid and ashamed and all this. And the son catches him with it, and he grabs it, and the dad does, and starts running out of the house, runs across the street, and a fucking truck hits him right there, fucking kills him dead right in the street. And the son is holding his bloody body, crying, and that's how it ends.
Wow.
So do you still have contact with this person who recommended this to you?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how did the dad get raped the first time? Was the son bigger and stronger from the get-go? Is that the scoop?
Yeah. Son's a muscular young man. Look, I watch this shit and I go back to her. Again, for Woody's benefit, this is one of our $50 patrons. This is one of the wonderful people who we hang out with every month. Yeah. And I'm just like, why the fuck did you send that to me? I watched it. Why would you send that to me? I sent you fun movies. Sam Neill was in that movie. That
was a real movie.
That was a real movie. Like it's. You sent me an incest, rape, black family, gay short film that has ruined my evening.
This is. Why would you make?
And what was the answer? What was the answer? I pay you $50. I own you.
Like, I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny. Was her answer?
She loved it. She loved it.
I mean, it doesn't sound funny.
No, it sounds the opposite of funny.
She's great. She's a very
There's no jump scares. Person. It sounds like though.
Not a jump scare at all. No. Yeah. Just a lot of incestuous gay rape.
Yeah, familial rape. Is there even a word for that? You know how it's like
incest?
Filicide if you kill your son, like patricide if you kill your father. What is it if you rape your own father?
Patrifuckery. I don't know.
I'm not googling that.
No, you know what? I
think that's on Woody. Doesn't he do the fact checking?
I've stopped.
For reasons like this.
It's so fucked. I want to try to find like an image of it that sort of like spells out like how awkward it is. Yeah, it's perfect. Give me just like 10 seconds to get it to
images of it. Let me see. I want to see him grabbing his dad's ass. And
I'm not going to show you anything like you wouldn't want to see.
Yeah, some assumptions about what I want to see.
Is this something I could stream on Twitch?
I don't know about the legality of it, but it'd be hilarious.
Is it on what do you pull out of that? What's the Amazon list for that called, Taylor?
A wish list?
No. You're limited to
the watch party thing. Yeah. I would only want to do it if I could find it on YouTube. The Strange Thing About the Johnsons.
So I guess that kid gets bigger and stronger.
All movies on YouTube 8 years ago. I could watch this. I don't know if I want to though.
Wait, you can watch old movies there on YouTube?
If it's on YouTube, you can watch it
on Twitch.
Yeah, like the Hoarders episodes I'm watching are from like 2011. Like A&E at one point like decided like, all right, after a certain number of years, we just upload for free all episodes from other seasons because it's a smart move for them to keep the SEO good on things like that, and so they don't mind you watching old stuff. So, but like if I wanted to watch new seasons of 60 Days In, and I signed in with my cable login, I can't stream that. They would shut that right down because they don't have that available for free. So, but yeah, the strange thing about the Johnsons, that's free, 30 minutes. Let's see if I can find let's find the bath scene. Here it is.
I hated it so much. I hated it more than I've hated anything in a long time. I would rather buy $35 nipples every day this week than watch that movie again.
I guess I won't see it because you did capture my interest with it.
Oh my God! Trick Jackie into watching it with you and just act like you love it. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Remember when I showed you Lord of the Rings for the first time? Buckle up.
I just found the scene where the son's smiling all big at his wedding and he's got a big fistful of dad ass, and you see the dad just and the son beaming. I don't want to watch this.
Your stream does now.
But this is how I feel like
now.
This is how I feel like 99% of horror movies is exactly what you're describing. I'm like, why would I want to go through that? Like, what do I get from that? What is my bonus? What's my take home from this that I like? Why am I doing
I don't think there's going to be any happy take home from this. Kyle described it, from what I can tell from the Wikipedia article, exact to a T, except at the end, it doesn't end with the father dying according to this. It ends with the son going into the living room and the mom stabbing him, and then he tries to force her into the fireplace, and then she stabs him to death, and then it ends. Right?
I stopped watching. Frank,
you didn't watch to the end?
You watched what, 23 and a half minutes of a 25-minute film? And you're like, no.
I stopped watching when the father dies in the street being held by I was just like, you know what, enough. I didn't know there was more. I didn't know there was. I thought that was the end. The camera kind of pans up. I was like, that's it. That's all right. Enough. I'm going to go watch some fucking Looney Tunes to wash my brain of this filth that this girl has put upon me.
I can even tell from the body language, this is some rough acting. Is it?
I didn't think so. I didn't think the acting was that bad.
What was there was a film that had a bunch of sex in it, but it wasn't directly about that, where all the sex was this was a couple years ago now. All the sex was actual sex.
9 songs, maybe something like that.
Yep, 9 songs. That sounds right. Yep.
There's a subreddit for that too. It's called
Porn Extra Mile. That genre.
It's called Extra Mile.
Extra Mile.
You mentioned that one a good bit before.
That's hilarious. Is that about sites about
It's when the actors go the extra mile and have real sex.
It's about
Kyle, you find the best fucking Reddit subreddits. I don't know how you do this.
I'm on Reddit a lot. I just that's a good one. Extra Mile's a very good one.
Did you like 9 songs? Did anyone else see it?
Never seen it. No.
I did see it. I watched it with my wife. I remember finding it a little fun, but we were more impressed with the idea behind that than we were with the actual movie, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I didn't get compelled by the story, although the sex was top notch.
Yeah. That's what I remember from it too. Extra Mile, huh?
You know what's a brutal what's the one? Irreversible. Oh my gosh. That's
I haven't even heard.
I don't know that one. What's Irreversible?
Well,
Irreversible.
okay. Do you know the show?
That's the Monica
Memento?
Bellucci movie.
Do you know the show Memento, where it sort of plays out backwards?
Yep.
Irreversible does that too, and it opens up and I don't know. There's people talking about the trauma of it all. Then they like beat a person to death, and when you watch, I don't know if it's to death, but they beat a person very badly, and you watch that, and it doesn't seem like there could be any justification for it. And
is it in French?
Might be, yeah.
Yeah, they beat the person to death with a fire extinguisher. And you watch, they don't really cut away as the fire extinguisher like pounds the person's face and skull in for like a solid 8-10 seconds. Just dong, 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 dong.
And you look at that and like if you're like me, you don't think, "Ooh, well, I bet he had it coming. We'll see how this goes." But then you find out like what the problem is and how they went after him and what led up to it, and then it's just like, oh my gosh, the trauma involved in that. It is a very good movie. I'm not sure how to tell you about it without spoiling it.
there is a steamy scene there at the end. It's one of my favorite actresses of all time, Monica Bellucci.
Super hot.
Fucking hot.
Yeah.
She in the
good actress.
It was either the second or third Matrix, the one where he has to deal with the Merovingian in that restaurant. You know, the French guy who's a real piece of shit, and he like makes the piece of pie that gives the lady across the room an orgasm.
Okay, it's been too long.
All right, well, his girlfriend is played by Monica Bellucci, and she's wearing this latex outfit, and you can see the top of her pubic hair just walking around the whole movie. It's great. It's awesome. Monica Bellucci is one of my favorite actors.
That's in The Matrix?
Yeah. She also played one of Dracula's brides in Bram Stoker's Dracula, the original one with Keanu Reeves. Also with Keanu Reeves, now that I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, if you search Monica Bellucci latex dress, you'll get that, I would say.
On Monica Bellucci. All right, this needs to go to Bing.
Needs to go to Bing.
Anyone ever said that?
Yes, you need to go to Bing if you want lewd images. It's way better than Google for that.
Why would that be true?
Because Google doesn't really want to show you like porn and stuff. Bing does.
I've had no problems.
You'd be surprised. They're cutting out a lot of the good stuff.
Yeah, no, it's not even close. Bing is definitely the search engine for porn.
Huh. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, welcome to Painkiller already. This is our core competency.
In any case, big fan of Monica Bellucci. Her sexiest scene may be the one in Irreversible, though. It's real tender. It's romantic. It's just sexy. It's sexy. It gets me going.
Sexy.
For Filthy's benefit, it is an incredibly violent rape in a tunnel.
And the guy, like he has her in a position where he can do anything to her, and he decides that to double down on how awful it will be, he's going for dry anal, and it's just like it's cruel.
You got to be committed to that. That's just not going to work on its own.
It's hard. You got to endeavor to persevere.
There's a level of cruelty to it that is just breathtaking. So,
one of the Girl with the Dragon Tattoos series films had one of the pretty fucking brutal rape in it as well. You guys seen that?
Yeah, the first one did. That was a pretty good series of movies.
It was.
I think it was the first one. Yeah, it was like.
Was it the U.S. remake or the original? I can't remember.
I've only seen the. I've only seen one of them. It was either the Swedish one or the U.S. one, but I don't remember which one. I must not have been paying that much attention.
Yeah, I bring that up because I want to know like a degree. That one's still kind of at my kind of. I think that's the most mainstream like version of that obscene where it's been that violent. So I'm kind of curious if Irreversible rates like that. Worse. Okay.
What about Deliverance?
Oh, that's just funny.
Yeah. In Irreversible, they were clearly trying to traumatize the viewer. It's like
those Frenchies.
I don't know. There's lots of motivations to rape, but I think that a common one is that guy's super horny, at least in movies. In this one, guy's super cruel. I think he sees her as rich and advantaged, and that's part of his motivation for punishing her.
So he's horny and angry and wants to hurt her.
Yeah,
angry.
Hangry. Yeah, right? he's hangry.
That's what hangry means, right?
Someone walks into the room as he's brutally raping her, and it's like a Snickers commercial. You're not you when you're hungry.
Well, that's 2 on the nose, Taylor. There goes your Snickers sponsorship. Right?
Yeah, fuck, I'm going to go with Milky Way.
You know what? You're right. I'm sorry.
This isn't me.
Did you see the one that happens in like Yugoslavia or something? Oh, no. They're all these like rebels, murderers, or like killers, and one of them is like a whiny chick, and they give her a Snickers, and he turns into the rest of them, and they're like, "Oh, now you're you again."
Oh, that sounds funny.
I thought it's a real commercial
that we were going to have to talk about. It's just a Snickers commercial. That's much.
Snickers has good advertising. It's expensive though. All of you're not yourself when you're hungry. They have like Betty White or like Vince Vaughn or some real deal celebrity.
When's Betty White gonna die?
Any day.
Yeah, she lived way longer than we thought.
Way longer than we wanted.
Do you think she's ready to cash out at this point? When you get to, how old is she? 100? 95?
I don't know. I feel
she's 98. So I was barely exaggerating. She'll be 99 in January. This bitch is 16 months from triple digits.
I hope she doesn't make it.
Yeah, I bet she, well, I mean, the odds are against her.
How's she doing though? Because I feel like she had a career resurgence 5 years ago or something like that, where everyone loved her.
So she, I don't remember what award show she was at, but this is maybe like a year ago. But she was accepting some lifetime achievement award or something. I don't know. But they put that nut job on stage. She's lost the plot.
Oh yeah,
yeah. She like she lost it in like the last 3 years. She was just like, thank you for award good. It
is
was
it
like
that
Charlie,
bad for real, or are you kind of like playing it up?
I'm playing it up a little. It was bad though. Like it was so bad that you're just like, is this one of those shows where they like play the music and usher them away after a while? Are they going to play the music? Please play the music. Oh, she doesn't know that's music. Oh, she's dancing to the music. Oh no, like it was bad.
It's a weird thing when people get that old, because it seems like any day their switch could just get turned off any day.
Yeah,
even if they seem healthy, just that's the end.
That's what's going to happen to Biden.
I was actually thinking about him when I said that, but not just him, both of them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're both old enough.
Yeah.
I love that like alternate reality in which Biden has his meltdown like 5 minutes before a debate stage and comes out with a handful of his own shit. That would be just such a wonderful thing to see happen. Like, would they cut away?
Would you still vote for him?
Of course they would cut away.
I'm not allowed.
Oh, right.
Would he still?
And
win?
I'm voting in solidarity with Kyle this year by not voting. So yeah, there's so many Betty White clips. I don't know where the one is where she apparently is off a rocker.
Google Betty White retarded.
Georgia's halfway a battleground state this year.
Maybe Betty White crazy.
It's kind of like North Carolina, where it's only a battleground state if it's kind of leaning one way already.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no battleground states slowly becoming more red. Like it's already been won. Like after 2024, there will never be another Republican president. It's just not going to happen.
That's totally untrue. And I also disagree.
Florida's turning blue. Texas is turning blue.
Florida went red last time.
Yeah, but look at like the amounts that they go. Like it's all inching towards more blue. Like Florida will, after Texas, be the next giant state to go blue. Like, could you imagine 10 years ago telling someone, yeah, Texas is going to be a swing state-ish in 10 years? They'd say, you're crazy. You're a madman. That could never happen. And here we are, you know?
So Iowa is more red than it's been in the last 20 years. Ohio's more red than it's been in the last 20 years. Maine is. Michigan is.
Well, Maine, that's, of course, Maine is.
Why would Maine be, of course?
And Maine is a very, like... Well, I mean, most like Republican voters are white, and Maine is a very white state.
And then
Maine,
those states moved a ton more red. Minnesota, Nevada, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Wisconsin moved a little more red over the last 20 years. And then Arizona, Georgia, and Texas have moved a little more.
Where are you seeing this?
I'll give you the article. I was just reading about this the other day.
Because, like, I mean, if you're including like Maine and little states, like that's not going to add up to the difference in Florida and Texas. Like,
can't Maine like cast for two candidates too?
I mean, wasn't California pretty solidly red up until Reagan's mass amnesty thing, and that turned it blue?
Actually, I don't know about that. California is not mentioned in this as one of the states that's changing, but you can scan down and look at the pictures. It gets you most of what the article is.
No, I believe you. I'm just saying, like Republicans are not going to win anymore. Like they barely skirted by with Trump. There's this narrative that Trump absolutely trounced her in some circles. That's not true. Like, yeah, like the Republican Party is not going to be viable after this next election. I don't think.
That would shock me.
That's quite a prediction.
Yeah. I've heard it before. I heard it. One when Obama won. Like Republicans were like trounced; they were never coming back. Not only did Obama win, but the demographics were changing and such, and that like blue people were having more babies and this and that. And
that's true.
Well, Trump is president.
That's true, but like he barely skirted by. No one expected him to. I'm saying that like this is not going to happen again. And if it does happen again, this is the very last time.
Huh. Yeah, I doubt it.
Looking around.
I'm not making a hard and fast thing. I'm just saying that's my assumption. Like it looks bad for the red boys out there, the Republican Party, which, the Republicans don't get shit done, so fuck them. Like it doesn't seem like anything, is going to
both
change.
sides feel that way. Both sides feel like their side sucks at fighting. That's been my observation. But both sides feel like their own side. Like I feel like Democrats always fucking lose. The best Democratic ads I see on TV right now are by Republicans. They're the "We Go Low, so you don't have to," like the Lincoln Project and the Republicans against Donald Trump. Like those ads are meat for the blue side. And I don't know. They fight half-assed. The Democrats, I'm like, they always lose. The Republicans have the House. They have the Senate. They have the judicial branch, and they have the executive branch at the same time. All the Democrats have are the House. And then I talk to Republicans, and they're like, we always lose. We can't do this. The whole nation. And I'm like, man, everyone thinks they suck.
It seems like two sides of the same coin. Like Republicans lose 100% of the time on social issues. There's not a single social issue that's gone back to the way conservatives want it for the last 70 years or so. Democrats lose every time on economic issues. It's always tax cuts for the rich. It's always what, the people paying and buying politicians want. And so that's what it seems like. And so it's almost like both sides can be accurate in that regard, where the Democrats can be like, all of this global healthcare, all this stuff we want, we've been saying this for decades. Nothing has been done. We get red meat 6 months before an election, and that's it. And Republicans are like, whoa, we're trying to be conservative, and nothing's been conserved. Like, and so I can see why both sides could accurately.
You know what social issue the Republicans are winning on? I think guns. I feel like concealed carry in the last 20 years has just exploded to almost every state. Kyle probably knows this better than me.
Yeah, that's a good example. The gun one. I can't think of any others.
Yeah, the only thing we've lost in the last 12 years is bump stocks that I can think of. Mm-hmm. And even that, there's probably been more concealed carry progress to offset the bump stock loss. Anyway,
I don't know. That rate of fire was just.
I can put most of my shots in the same building.
You mean even if you got two handguns, you're gonna have a hard time with it.
Can't you do a bump stock without a bump stock though? Just sort of hold it against your finger.
Yeah,
I don't know what a bump stock does, because I remember this being banned, but I have no fucking idea what they are.
The gun slides inside the stock back and forth, and so instead of pulling your trigger your finger every time you want the gun to go off, your finger stays stationary, and the gun is what slides.
Okay.
And so you're pushing forward all the time with your left hand, on the forend, and the recoil pushes the gun back, but you're maintaining that forward pressure, so it ends up vibrating like this.
Sure.
And so
a motion that we're all pretty familiar with.
And so the trigger impacts your finger at a very rapid rate, and it's sort of this acceleration factor that takes over, because the faster it goes back, the faster it goes forward, and eventually it's really quickly it's brrrr, and you can shoot it accurately because all you're really doing is keeping this forward pressure tension with your left hand, and it does the rest, riding inside of the stock. And that's what they outlawed. But you don't really need the stock. There's a way to do it with just your just your two hands, just applying pressure like this. And once you're good enough at it, you can do it somewhat effectively, but not as accurately as with the stock.
Do you remember the Las Vegas shooting? Guy got a lot of kills. He used a bump stock on a gun.
Yeah, that's what the response was
or something. Yeah, okay. I'm sure someone out there didn't know. That was what initiated the bump stock ban.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah, I just didn't know what it did. So it allows you to shoot faster, it sounds like. More
it allows you to take a
period.
semi-auto gun and shoot it kind of full auto-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
which can be important in home defense. There's a lot of people attacking homes now. Right?
It's fun. There's triggers that they fire on the pull and the release.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
I think since the first time I've been on the show, I kind of have the mindset of I ought to learn how to shoot. I ought to at least know how to do that. And it's been something I've really been thinking about more for COVID time.
Really? Because I think COVID and the BLM stuff has been very good for the gun industry. Like those two things have people feeling like, I guess something about the pandemic is a little bit apocalypsy, like who knows where this goes. Not so much in my exposure, not so much anymore. I feel like I've learned to normalize COVID and wearing a mask at the gas station or whatever, the Quickie Mart. But when it first happened, it was crazy. Like, oh my gosh, can you believe it? A pandemic in 2020? It always seemed fake before. Ebola was fake. SARS was fake. Work with me here.
Swine flu.
So, is that different than SARS? Any swine flu? Fine. One's bird flu. One of those is we've said at least one of them twice.
West Nile.
Sure, West Nile, and it. Anyway, all these things sort of came.
Mad cow.
Yeah, that's a great one. They were all these things. None of them had any impact on me. They were just things I read about in the news, kind of hyped up, seemingly out of nothing. Maybe some of them were a big deal in like Africa or Asia, but here by my house, there was no impact whatsoever. And then COVID comes along and it's like, wait, what? No, I thought all of this was silliness. I thought it was just like drama scare news. And
the media cried wolf one too many times.
Right. And so then, you go outside and you're like, someone on my Facebook said, I'm the weird one for not wearing a mask. And it feels like a real thing. And you can see why someone would be like, well, where does this go? I've seen TV shows and movies with the premise that like half the population disappears one night. And then that changes like manufacturing and recessions and power. And by power, I mean electricity. And I can see why someone might be like, I should have a gun in my possession. Just for that 1% chance that things go weird.
I'm not even as far as that quite yet, but okay. I am of the mindset of I have so little knowledge about firearms that handling and seeing them in action kind of in person would be helpful for just like a better understanding of what is happening there.
So I wasn't raised around guns, and the first thing I did was hire an instructor, and it wasn't too much. It was like $40 for the guy instructed at a range. It was a gun shop that had a range. So I think I paid $40 and he taught me how to hold it. He taught me
so you did this through like the range. You went to the range and be like, hey, I want to hire like some instructions.
The gun store was a range, right? So these are the same thing. Sure. The gun store had a range like behind it. And they had instructors. So I just went and Kyle might have heard of him. I think his name's Chris Tilley. He's like a national good guy. He was on some TV show. Anyway, and it was nice to have a guy like teach me how to shoot to get started and be safe. And we focused a lot on safety. I thought I knew guns and like I answered most of the questions right. They gave me to start off. They're like, hey, here's a gun. Identify all the parts of it. Just so we know where you are. You can't fail this test. And I'm like, I got muzzle and barrel right. But the truth is I'm only like halfway sure, what is the difference? And he taught me how to shoot. We started with a 22 and I was really glad that was my first introduction to guns, with a lesson.
It seems somewhat useful.
How do you start if you're a grown up? You might have a friend, but that even better, I think, is an instructor who's taught other people who are first timers.
Yeah. I imagine it's like learning to drive a car, right? You go somewhere, where no one could see you, and then you pull out your gun, and you just, there's like, nope, you got to lead them a bit more.
You want to find yourself an empty parking lot and just let loose.
You got to get him first before he starts running. You're never going to hit him like that.
You don't want to start at a riot, clearly, because things could get too action-packed. You want to work your way up.
Yeah. Walmart.
Like a bell tower or something.
Oh, yeah. Then you're in control.
You have the access point controlled? They're just moving around down there. It's easy. What's the beginner level, I guess?
A bell tower sounds good. What would you be more interested in, shooting rifles or pistols?
I think I want the experience of trying it. So I would want to do both. Yeah. And then I would be able to answer that question better after, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
They're all very fun for different reasons. They do different things.
Dude, and I feel like I sometimes forget, even though like intellectually I know, how much more deadly rifles are. You know, heck, in the recent news thing, right? That guy got shot 7 times with a pistol.
I wonder about that every time I heard that. I'm like, what the fuck? Seems like a lot of times to be shot.
My wife said that too, but it's weird to me. You're supposed to shoot to kill, and like, don't you just sort of reevaluate after 3 hits? But okay. So the guy got shot 7 times, paralyzed, big injury, but he's okay. Those other guys got shot once, and 2 of them are dead. It's just rifles versus pistols, man. It's a whole different world.
Yeah, and it depends on the pistol. Most people are shooting 9mm.
Where do shotguns come in compared to that?
Shotguns are the best.
Depending on which side you're on. You want to be on the stock side.
Shotguns can be the worst.
You're telling me if I were to get shot, pick a pistol, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
If the guy's like, you want me to shoot you with this rifle or this pistol? I'll be like, pistol.
People survive something like 85% of pistol shots. I forget where I read that. But
it does not seem like an efficient weapon to kill people with.
Well, a lot of them are like...
Does it stop people?
They shoot themselves. You know, they're shooting their hands and legs and stuff. But most people survive pistol shots. It feels like a death laser in your hand, but most people live. Not those cops that... They were literally like pulling on the guy's shirt and shooting him in the back. It was up close, all like chest shots and stuff. Guy lived.
Is that recommended if you're like bad at like marksmanship or something?
I wouldn't know. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, the energy that's being delivered is, you know, it's mass and velocity, and where most pistol bullets have a larger mass but a much lower velocity. Like a 9mm
mass than rifle rounds?
Most of them do, yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know why. They just do. So like a 44 Magnum bullet might be 240 grains. I realize you don't know how much a grain is, but it's irrelevant because a 5.56, like an AR-15 M16 rifle bullet, is like is it 50? I think 55 grains, like a quarter the size, you know, but 3 times the velocity, and the end result is something that's just now. A 44 Magnum is kind of a bad example because it is one of the most powerful handguns in the world.
1 times the other, though, so isn't that less kinetic energy, like less of an impact if you quartered it and then tripled it?
Like I said, the 44 Magnum is a poor example because it is one of the most powerful handguns in the world.
Okay,
it is.
So maybe those numbers
for the longest time it was. A 9mm pistol, on the other hand, isn't 240 grains. I think those bullets are like 125 grains, roughly. I'm thinking back to reloading charts, so it's a little fuzzy, but close enough. Like 125 grains and going like 1,000 feet per second, maybe something like that. 1,000, 1,200. Rifle bullets go like 2,800 feet per second, and their size varies, like the weight of the bullet. Like a 5.56 is around 55 grains, I think, but a 308 could be more like 150 grains.
The impact of the bullets that's doing the work? I know, like, isn't some of this shit supposed to be like bouncing around inside you and like ripping huge chunks out of you kind of deal?
The ammunition type definitely does matter. I think that police officers, I know military, but I think most police officers all use full metal jacket bullets. So it's just a copper jacket over a piece of lead, and it doesn't do anything special. But if you're a civilian, you're probably using something much more terrifying, like a hollow point, where you've got like this hollow point so that when it hits, it opens up into these petals of like a flower, and it cuts these huge swaths of flesh away. And it rifle bullets, especially full metal jacket ones, do this thing called pass through, where they pass through the person. And because they're doing that, they're not delivering all of their energy into that person. It's going through them. But these hollow point bullets, you get all the energy because the bullet essentially explodes inside of you in many cases. I mean, there are bullets where you've got a hollow point with like this silicone inside the hollow point, and suspended within that are tiny little BBs. So this hollow point hits you, opens up into all those petals. Those petals go making their own courses throughout your body, like little razors. And then all of this shot, it's called shot, these tiny BB pellets are projected through you, making all these awful paths of destruction through
being
you.
as mean as possible. And then behind that, there's a tapeworm. And the tapeworm.
Actually, yeah. Behind that is the core of the bullet, which is the heaviest part. And it's continuing to penetrate. It's just keeping going. So what you end up with is this 3-dimensional area of destruction inside the human body that looks like you took a fucking like one of the big soup cans, like family style, and just put that through someone, and everything that it went through is just mangled and destroyed and ruined.
There's something. Go ahead.
Guns are.
What class is that?
Personal defense.
Yeah, personal defense rounds. You know, a lot of those personal defense rounds get scary like that.
And I'm not sure if scary is more dangerous, because some of them can be gimmicky. Like you put too many little pedals and stuff in it, and it's like, oh, actually, it got kind of lame when we tested it. Maybe you feel differently. It looks like you do.
I don't know where I fall, because I tested that RIP ammo, the rapidly invasive projectile ammunition, and it looks gimmicky. But god damn it, when we would shoot ballistic gel with it fuck it up so bad. And those bullets were very light. They were all copper. There was no lead in them, and they went really fucking fast, like 50% faster than a standard 9mm round. And when they hit, they just exploded, essentially, into many, many projectiles going throughout the body. And you wouldn't get passed through. You know, it wouldn't go through the person and hit something or someone else you don't want it to. But also, I think a lot of people had an issue with when you compare it to like just like a good hollow point round, that normally you've got like this solid thing that's just cutting a big hole all the way through the person, and now instead you've just got this thing that's just exploding, and maybe it doesn't penetrate, maybe it doesn't hit anything vital, maybe if they've got any kind of like, maybe they got a thick enough coat, I don't know. You know, I'm not in the business of gunfighting, so
a leather coat on top of a hoodie can do weird things, you know.
I don't know. Yeah, so like if I had to pick a bullet that went into my pistol to like protect my life, and they're like, all right, you're going to that room, you're going to get a gunfight. Which bullet do you want? I'd probably pick one of the really nice like safety slugs, one of the really good, expensive hollow point bullets that's meant for that sort of thing, and maybe not something that's experimental.
There's the other thing. Maybe you can talk about this, but when a rifle round goes through a guy, there's the damage that you would think comes from an ice pick, but that's not all. It goes through so quickly, the cavity kind of swells and comes back, and you can see it in slow-mo. And apparently that motion is a big part of the damage they produce. Yeah. Yeah, we saw that really come into play when we would shoot ballistics gel, and with high-speed photography, you'd see that, you know, the bullet is very small, about pinky size, you know, passing through this thing, but it's creating this vacuum, or this pressure wave as it goes through, where the flesh is expanding around it in a much larger area, and then it collapses back and then rebounds and does this roar thing as the energy is dispersed. And you could see that really accurately through ballistics gel, like I said, with the high-speed photography. And it's terrifying. You really don't want your kidney to do that.
You don't want your kidney to do that. You don't want
your liver, your lungs, your heart. None of those things do that.
None of those things. But pistol, rifle, shotgun, you know, they're all very different things. And then, you know, you can break them down to even further, right? Because there's lots of different kinds of rifles. There's bolt action target rifles, and there's little 22 rifles. There's combat style, semi-automatic, high capacity magazine rifles. There's lots of different kinds.
What is the most gratuitous thing I could own legally?
A cannon. Right.
Totally unnecessary in its strength,
cal?
But
an anti-aircraft gun. You get
I can own those legally?
Yeah, if you want a 40mm anti-aircraft aircraft gun, I know a guy. You can shoot that.
Can I mount those in my front yard, or
you don't have to mount it. It's on a platform with an engine on it. You can drag it behind a car, and then you put it in place, and the legs come down, and then you start up the little Ducati engine so that it's completely autonomous. You know, it rotates 360 degrees of rotation. And
any of these been deployed for property defense?
Yeah, you don't need to.
Yes.
You
Can they go down farther?
Just keep it pointed towards the front door.
Oh yeah. I shot.
And I assume a shell I assume a bullet that brings down an airplane probably is okay.
40 millimeters in diameter.
It wouldn't be a very good anti-air gun if it didn't.
It's the projectile's about this big around.
Oh yeah, home defense.
The shell
Does
is
it do that flowering stuff? Or not so
yes.
relevant?
Does it really? You don't have to in 40 millimeters.
You don't have to, but we did. Yeah, the ones I was shooting were custom cast hollow points. Yeah.
If you hit somebody storming your property with that, there's not even any evidence.
We cut down trees with it. There's not a trigger. There's a pedal. I'm not kidding. Like when you go to fire, you're like, clunk, and you hit a big pedal and it goes ga-goom, 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 ga-goom. like
that's the one that you went boom, 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 and it shot way into the horizon, right?
Sure enough is. It's got like
I wasn't sure if that was a public story.
It is now. Fuck it, nobody got it. Yeah. I mentioned the Ducati engine on it that would power it, but that was loud and it was going to drown out my microphone. So
oh no,
I use the hand controls, which is like, you turn them like little steering wheels, but
sure.
One for this way and one for this way. So you could do elevation and whatever you call side to side, windage.
Yep. Okay.
And I dialed it in. I looked through the scope. It's shooting across a lake at some barrels of explosives or something. I don't remember. And I'm like, I look at the camera. I'm like, all right, well, here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Bam, and I hit the pedal and I hold the pedal down because it's fully automatic too. I don't know if I mentioned that. It's a machine gun essentially, and it's got a magazine of like 5.
And I can own these legally?
Yeah.
What will set me back roughly if I wanted one?
150, 160,000.
Let this story unfold.
Okay. So
yeah, I'm interested in that. I'm just imagining this at my duplex that I'm renting in Cedar Rapids post like storm. And I can just, I can pick it up again. I could just leave it there for a couple. Okay. Anyways.
Oh, you're going to be the biggest swinging dick in all Cedar Rapids.
So I fire it off and, it goes, cocoon. But then the recoil causes the barrel to go up. I'm supposed to be holding on to those wheels that I use to dial it in. No one told me that. So it goes, cocoon. And the barrel goes up 10 degrees. Cocoon. And it goes up 15 degrees.
And how fast is this firing? So how quickly is this?
It's going boom, 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 boom. And so it goes boom, 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 boom. And the first one hits my target. The second one cuts a tree down. The second one hits the top of the tree. And the third and fourth or fifth or whatever, they're just going. They're just
the horizon.
And I look back. I'm like, all right, well, that was pretty cool, huh? Blah, 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 blah. Now let's do this and that. And then the cut. And I go, where the fuck did those rounds go? Where did they go? And the guy went, whatever's 7 to 12 miles that away.
What was 7 to 12 miles that way?
He's like, there's a horse farm over there. We're in Kentucky.
Not anymore.
Tennessee. We're in Tennessee. There's a horse farm over there. And I'm like, are they expensive horses? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, like $500,000 race horses.
Over there.
I'm like, well, if we hit one of those race horses, we cannot talk about this, right? He's like, I'd be more worried about hitting a car. There's an interstate about 4 miles. I'm just like, oh God, what have we done?
You have to run inside and turn on the news.
Did you ever find out where they went?
No. How would you? It's
well, presumably someone might notice.
And look
you don't notice. It would have made that big of a hole in the ground. You'd have had to hit something that somebody cared about for it to ever find out that something had went wrong. But we didn't, luckily. And I held on to the fucking controls thereafter. But yeah, that'd probably be one of the more ridiculous things. You get a tank, live firing tank.
Did you rent or own that?
Neither. Just borrowed it. He was trying to sell it at the time, so me shooting it was a bit of advertisement for him, trying to sell the gun. But you can own anything that you've ever seen in a movie, essentially, if you get enough licensing. If you want to go zero licensing, then a 50 caliber sniper rifle, like semi-automatic, is pretty crazy. If you don't want to do any paperwork, that's probably about as crazy as it gets. But if you want to do more and more paperwork, you can get hand grenades, explosives, live firing tanks that shoot shells, anti-aircraft guns, miniguns, RPGs, literally everything that you can think of that's not chemical.
To lasers.
We've been there. We've been there. There's a anti-missile program that they've had for long enough that they've long released like how it works and everything. So it's probably miniaturized by now, but the entire laser had to take up the back of one of those giant cargo planes. And so they'd fly the cargo plane, and then this thing could shoot a laser and take down a missile. It was like an anti-missile weapon.
That's cool. I mean like a rifle.
A rifle?
Like a laser rifle. Will that ever be a possibility or no?
I don't know.
You don't like the idea of reloading or what?
That just would be cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that lasers
how
have
embarrassing it's going to be if aliens get here and we're still using bullets. Like, they'll at least give us props if we've got lasers down, is my imagining.
I don't know. What I feel like you can just defeat a laser by wearing some mirrors, though, right? Like just
not space lasers.
Not space lasers. You're right. Good point.
You think they didn't think that through? The humans have a new defense. It's just a fucking mirror you're holding up. Like they're like retard signs. Aliens are like, we're gonna take over this planet. What's it made of? Something that kills us. Let's go. That was the dumbest part of Signs. That ruined ruined a lot of the movie, where it was like, oh, they're the most hyper people of all time.
I love that movie.
I love that movie. That was the dumbest part of. I want to show my fucking credit card again. I gotta stop playing with it. That was the dumbest part of War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise. Was when the aliens neglected to remember that there might be some microbes on that planet that'll kill us. Mm-hmm. Like they have no immunity.
They got the flu.
6 of one, half dozen of another. Yeah. I'll throw water. That's not even as dumb as the water thing.
There's a lot of dumb ones.
I think it's
like every single alien movie where it's like the entire alien invasion is networked to this one ship, and that ship is vulnerable to anyone who wants to attack it. And you're just like, what? Why? Why would they build that system that way? Why would they attack with one center thing that's doing all of the work and everything else is
so that Will Smith can win?
Yeah,
that's why. Like, thank God they're running on Vista.
And then you did not shoot that green shit at me.
Was Independence 2 any good? I don't think I saw it.
You can avoid that.
Was
the first one good? The first one wasn't that great either.
The first one was outstanding. I still get tears over the speech.
You'd all be dead if it wasn't for my son David.
when the president
the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday. That whole fucking speech that Bill Pullman has.
It was great. It was great.
Bill Pullman is not good in that movie.
He tries his damnedest.
He stands Bill Pullman. No, it's more just the dialogue's bad, the acting's bad, the plot's bad.
Writing's bad.
Yeah. There were a couple cool alien things.
Look, I loved it.
No, never mind. I'm thinking of Men in Black now. No, it doesn't have anything good.
I loved it when I was 9.
Yeah, exactly. That's the demographic, though.
It was like, oh man, the Fresh Prince is just wrecking these aliens. Look at him go.
That is what made me like it, I think. Initially.
He's the coolest. He's got the stripper wife and everything. This is exactly what 9-year-old me wants in a life.
Finally, we can see.
I fly jets, and I've got my girlfriend's a stripper.
That turned out by NASA. Kind of a bummer.
Yeah, but then he got the fly to space anyway.
He did show them that he was good at it.
Yeah.
We just have to hope when we get invaded, if we get invaded by aliens, they're as incompetent as the movies say. Because my guess would be that they're going to be so supremely confident, we'll all be dead before we know they showed up.
What if
that's what they want?
What if they get here and they can't believe how hardcore we are? What if that's why they haven't invaded? What if they keep looking?
How hardcore, like delusional? Like
how incredibly aggressive and militaristic we are. Like what if that is a very odd thing with alien culture?
They're just not used to violence. They just come here.
What if the reason they've advanced so far is partially the fact that they're a very peaceable, cooperative group of individuals, and they look at us and they're like, they've all got weapons that shoot projectiles 3,000 feet per second. It's insane. They've got this one bullet. You're not going to believe this. I was just watching this podcast. It shoots petals of death and then little BBs of death. How many? I don't get it.
This opening scene, like alien, like conference room, and he's just giving a presentation on the bump stock.
Yeah,
he's like, yes, there's civilians carry these.
They're like trying to understand why we're so violent, why we can't get stuff straight. We're like talking about our world, and they're like, and what are these things you call women? We are all ourselves. And it's just a bunch of gay advanced.
They're asexual.
They're all just asexual. They don't know about sexual conquest and stuff, so they just focus all on science and lasers, and we're fucking. Maybe our only hope is that we look way cooler than them, so at least we'll go out looking tight. Right? Like if they show up.
That's our only hope?
Well,
that we go out looking tight.
I'm gonna buy a fucking anti-aircraft gun.
Taylor makes good points.
This sounded like another Will Smith movie.
Consider this. They all come, but these are all like 6-inch tall aliens. They're not used to how aggressive we are. And so the way you go out, Kyle, is like the cave troll of Moria. You've just got a 2x4 in your yard. And because you're so tired, you're making cave troll noises. You're just going like that, mowing down row after row. And then guess where you live on in all eternity? There's a really cool like tapestry of you looking dope and intimidating, swooping them up. And then of course, like the next panel of the tapestry is you being killed by the general or something. But they're gonna like remember like, man, that was pretty fucking crazy. Those humans, they were so big.
Which movie is this from? Because it sounds Hobbit to me.
Probably Irreversible.
I'm making all of this up.
I think this is in the Hobbit,
the
right?
Fellowship of the Ring has a little bit of it, you know. When
who's the big baddie that they all team up on at the end of the Hobbit? What is wrong?
The Hobbit.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the dragon Smog.
Nope.
Right? No.
Nope. He's big.
Is that
you're talking about that pale guy?
Yeah.
It's all CGI.
Yeah.
I don't know his.
So is Taylor. He just doesn't know it. That's the scene that he's describing.
Oh, well, mine way's better because nothing could be worse than that movie. The movie was terrible. They should be embarrassed. They should be fined. When they release bad movies, studios should be fined.
That'd be amazing if it was like under 50% approval.
Great. Yeah.
They had to pay out. Every moviegoer got like got the refund and $3 more or something.
That'd be great. Like everybody who went to the Matrix Revolution or Revelation, they should all get their money back plus something for their time.
God, that was so upsetting.
Yeah.
You go to Frozen and it's like, I'm sorry she married that guy the first week she met him. Here's your money back. This all would have been prevented if it wasn't for that.
I mean, I liked Frozen.
I liked it too.
Never seen that.
I'm just trying to make jokes. Trying to fit in, Kyle. It's a bad plot point.
Always bringing the podcast down, Woody. Jeez.
God damn it, Woody.
We're gonna have a serious conversation. You again. Look, we're discussing
we're having a debate
guns
here.
and the fucking alien
you just
invasion.
have to come
Where
in
were
and shit on Frozen out of nowhere.
There's bad movies and refunds, and she married the guy in a week.
That's a beautiful film.
What's the best possible scenario for us?
For an alien invasion?
Yeah, no. If we become the aliens who can invade another planet, what's the ideal, intelligent race for us to come across? We don't want one that's too smart, and you can't say like, oh, you show up on the planet and it's all deer and turtles. No. There's got to be like something running the show the way we do here. I guess
the gold collectors of Zukan B.
I have my own idea. They could be aquatic, and then we could live almost coexisting with them.
That's interesting. We would end up winning.
We've done amazing jobs with the waters of our home planet, right? Just imagine coexisting. The first time you're just like venting your like fucking like nuclear like waste into the water, like cooling your reactors with that. They're like,
what are they gonna do? They're aquatic. Are they gonna they're blowhole us?
Yeah.
When you squirt me? Fuck you. Shut up, your blowhole.
Just walk to like the edge of the ocean. You just walk to the edge of the ocean.
I can summarize what I'm learning here. Your ideal race is a race of cowardly, like kind of keep to themselves. They have a lot of stuff, but they don't really like defend it very well. You know what you're saying is the easily bullied would be the ideal. Like,
I don't know. They had a good reason to come here. We just fuck them up. They're eating all our fish. Well, they must be hungry. Just fucking stupid nonsense. That's what we need to hope for. A bunch of retards living with fins. They can't have fingers. So they can get tricky.
They can pull triggers with fingers. Definitely want to be finned.
Yeah, they want to be finned. They should be little, very dumb, and they should have one kind of like special skill that's useful for us.
Telepathy.
That's where I was going. Or empaths.
Yeah.
Which is just shitty telepathy.
Woody, are you kidding me?
What?
You know how bad that
Maybe
would
they're
be?
great cocksuckers.
You know how bad it would be?
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, that might feel right.
Always wet.
Don't want them to read our minds. There's no way that ends well for us as a species if we like approach another species and we're like, we're invading your planet, and then they can read our minds and how.
Oh, I just checked his mind again. He's still thinking about killing us.
his thoughts every 3 seconds are sex, porn, death, right? Like, and it's just like a loop.
Well, that would incentivize the human race to get rid of them. It's like, do you want these little fish people knowing what you beat off to? No, get them out of there. Yeah. Then we scoop them up, and then there'd probably be like some really essential part of the ecosystem, and we're already on the way to turning it into Earth too.
Yeah, we'll get a third and fourth. That's what I say.
That's right.
I got no problem with that. I got no problem with
Our
this.
first conquest of another planet is just
that'd be
the
great.
start. We're learning how to do it.
It's dirty
Learning how to
fish
really
people.
exploit those resources.
Yeah. And
Like
yet
that's what
Avatar
Elon Musk is
sucked
doing.
as a movie. I can't believe they're making all those sequels to Avatar. Are you aware that they're making like 3 or 4 sequels right now to
Oh,
I
Avatar?
didn't know that.
They're striking while the iron is ice cold. No one, no one fucking cares about Avatar. If you said sneak preview for Avatar, you can watch all 5 movies for free on your own time.
I'd
wouldn't.
watch.
I probably wouldn't. I'd probably go watch shitty horror on Netflix. Like, I don't care what happens to the Smurfs or the Dances with Wolves or whatever.
They're giant Smurfs, yeah.
Yeah. No, that doesn't matter.
It's
It felt
Fern
like
Gully.
Yeah,
Well, it's
I didn't
Ferngully.
watch
it's exactly
Ferngully.
that fucking movie.
Dances with
Yep.
Wolves. It's a bunch of things.
It's interesting. I feel like that movie dropped at a time that 3D was just happening and there was a lot of hype and excitement around it. And it was the first movie to do 3D pretty well that I know of. There was some like every once in a while there'd be a scene, but this was a whole 3D movie. And people went there and enjoyed the 3D experience mostly. But their takeaway was this was a great movie. And then but like Star Wars, I've said this before, Jaws, there are a lot of like movies that impacted that are part of American culture. But Avatar, for having been one of the top grossing movies of all time, it has zero impact on our culture.
Yeah,
no one
very
quotes
culturally
Avatar.
relevant.
No, I couldn't. I mean, I know Sigourney Weaver was in it, but I don't even remember what that guy's name is.
Was
in
Bill Paxton in it? Am I wrong about that?
it. I don't think
remember a
so.
lot of the classic quotes from that movie. Get off that dinosaur! Don't cut that tree down!
Is that how they sound? Yo, don't be cutting my trees down.
Yeah, that's
That's
how
how
they
they
sound.
sounded, right?
Yeah.
Blue,
I
right?
can't say that
That's
shit.
yeah.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a very bad, very not. Well, it wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't what it was trumped up to be.
And the problem is that I think it's Ridley Scott is so focused on that he can't make a decent goddamn alien movie, which is some shit I actually care about.
What do you mean? Like
Well,
another?
Serious Alien.
He means the movie Alien, Alien.
Yeah, the
franchise
alien
with
movies.
the Xenomorphs.
Like
Yeah,
a remake? You want him to do a remake of it? Or
God
you want
no, no. He's been making.
No, they've been doing continual
Prequels.
sequels, prequels, the rest of it. We want
I've
to see
only
a Prometheus that doesn't suck.
I've only seen Alien and Aliens. Those are the only two.
That's really all you
There's
need
like
to see.
15 of them.
There's Alien 3, there's Alien Resurrection, then there's Alien versus Predator, which is kind of a
Terrible.
dirty
I saw
love
that.
child of, and then there's Alien Predator Requiem, and then there's what starts with a P? What's the
Prometheus.
Prometheus, and then what's the sequel? What's the one that came after Prometheus?
Don't know if I've seen it.
Oh, that's the one where they go to the planet, and it's got
I did
the
see-
funny guy from Eastbound and Down in it.
Danny McBride.
Danny McBride's in it, and he plays a serious-ish
Covenant.
character, and he does
Alien
a really
Covenant.
good job. Alien Covenant. Yeah, that's the sequel to Prometheus, which is still a prequel to Alien.
Prometheus wasn't bad.
Was it?
It wasn't nearly as bad as Alien vs. Predator.
All right.
I didn't hate that
Put
movie.
together the greatest crack team Earth can. Well, do we have enough money? Yes. I'm literally the richest man that's ever lived. We can afford the best of the best. All right. What are we doing? We're going to another planet. So we're going to need exobiologists, engineers, the smartest, the best of the best. All right. We've got them here. Now, what should we do? Well, they should probably wander around in this big alien cave and touch shit with their unprotected hands. They'll do that, right? Wait, did we bring a map of any kind? No, let's wander around and get lost. Let's all split up. Exobiologist to the left, engineer to the right. Where's the super genius?
We brought.
Everybody splits up and starts poking shit. The four of us know better than to poke some alien goo that's clearly alive. There's a part where like this alien lamprey. There's an alien lamprey that comes out of some goo and goes like a cobra, and he goes, "Hey, little fella, I'm the smartest man on earth, and they're paying me $1 billion to do this. So, come here, little buddy.
Yes.
Oh, let me take my gloves off."
God damn it, Kyle! You're right. It is a bad movie.
It's a bad movie.
Oh, that is so dumb. I wasn't thinking about that part.
All movies are dumb.
It's the Weyland-Yutani Corporation. They literally have a monopoly, period, on Earth. Like, they just do everything now. Like, when you look at the description of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, it's not like, oh, yeah, we make weapons. They're like, yeah, we're a weapons / auto / medical / industrial / agricultural farm. It's everything. They do everything now. There's like 3 companies that exist, and they're the biggest of the 3. They do every fucking thing. They've built a goddamn starship. Like they've gone to another planet across the goddamn galaxy. They're the richest people that exist. Everybody that shows up there is a dum-dum. Now you could make you could suppose that, oh, maybe they brought dum-dums so they would step in shit and they'd get to watch how it all went down. But that's not it either. It's just bad writing. It's just lazy writing.
Yeah. Okay. It's not a good movie. All right. You've convinced me. I will not be watching it again. I do remember watching Alien vs. Predator during, like, it came out during like near Halloween, I want to say. Like,
it did.
Years and years ago. And I saw it in theaters. And I just remember being like 3/4 of the way through that and just not caring who won.
Now, are you talking about the one where they go down into the Antarctic pyramid that's under the ice? Yeah. Or are you talking about the one in the small town? Because that's Alien Predator Requiem, and that's even worse.
No, I only the first one, the one
with
the
black chick.
Yeah,
that one's okay. That one's like a 5 out of 10 or something like that. It's kind of fun, but you kind of got to suspend your disbelief.
If a movie has the word versus in it, it's going to be bad.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Freddy versus Jason. That was
a masterpiece. Alien Covenant, which is a sequel to Prometheus. That one gets real nutty. It's kind of it's a direct sequel, but the only returning cast member is that pretty man who plays David, whose name's escaping me right now. Yeah.
There's one returning cast member for this.
Well, it's the only surviving cast member from the first one. Everybody else died, so, and he's an android.
Their careers died with the first one, sure.
and it's
Michael Fassbender?
Michael Fassbender. And so they're on this generational ship, the kind that the idea is that like everybody's in sleeping pods asleep, and they're traveling really far across the galaxy to this planet that they know is habitable. And I want to say they all wake up because they're getting a radio transmission, and they say, "Oh shit! Look, there's a pretty good planet right here. Right here's one. Like it's another 30 years to get to where we're going. Let's just check this one out." And they're like, "I don't know. Maybe we should just go with the plan. Are we even qualified to make these kind of decisions?" And then Danny McBride's like, "Yeah, of course we are. Let's go." They literally land on the planet wearing fucking jeans. They land like their protective gear came from like fucking Walmart. Like they're wearing like fucking t-shirts and jeans, and they land on an alien fucking planet. And immediately I was like, what if there's germs or like any of the many thousands of things that could, you don't know, it's an alien planet. Anything could be there that could kill you. And sure enough, somebody steps on a fucking mushroom and it goes with these little spores. And the next thing you know, people are mutating. Shit's popping out of their bodies. Now the ship's getting blown up. It was awful. Awful. Meanwhile, Ridley Scott's over there fucking making blue people again instead of making a decent alien movie. It's very upsetting.
It felt very little bit like a fetish here going on with this, right? It's large blue people, right? Like that's
this close to furries.
Specific. Yeah, oddly specific, right? Like it's a race of Native Americans who are blue and larger.
Big blue cock.
So
it's
hot.
It's going to be a Pornhub category.
No, because they don't have penises. They have tail fucking.
They're like hair braids fucking.
They do that sort of like
it comes out of it. It's like a ponytail.
They've evolved past dicks and pussies. Now they just have weird, very vanilla braid sex.
Lame.
How many positions can you possibly do?
A lot. Open your mind, Taylor.
But there's nothing else to do.
I'm gonna suck on those braids.
What are they gonna do? 69 while they do it? They look like Ken dolls down there. They don't have pussies and dicks.
Well, I feel like
They've got pussies and dicks.
No, otherwise they wouldn't have the hair thing.
What, they got cloacas? Are we going back to this again with you?
First of all, we did determine that chickens are one of those birds that just does a little deposit thing. Remember?
A cloacal kiss.
Yes, a cloacal kiss. We did learn that a lot of birds don't have dicks, so I will not be maligned.
I hate that you were so ignorant about the way about where eggs came from that you stumbled ass backwards into the fact that they have cloacal kisses, and you were like, "Aha! I told you that chickens don't fuck." And it's like, you didn't. If they had said chickens have huge penises and they're actually called cocks, and that's why we call cocks penises, you'd have been like, "Oh yeah, that's right, yeah. Oh, okay." Fucking bullshit.
What we ended up discovering is that chickens don't fuck.
We did discover that, yes.
Yes. Now who's the slightly bigger fool? There are definitely birds with dicks. Ducks have fucked up dicks, and I'm sure lots of no normal looking bird dicks that I've seen. I guess they think our dicks look weird, so let's not be too harsh.
I like the animals that have barbs on their cocks.
Yeah, like
corkscrews.
No dogs do that?
No, they've got a knot.
Yeah, the knot that locks them into the dog pussy.
Yeah.
So does it just unknot as they lose their boner? Is that how that works?
Yeah, it inflates and deflates.
So I'd imagine after they nut, which for a dog takes like 6 seconds, they're just done.
Or you could
Incredible that they needed that knot, right?
Pardon?
Like if the whole thing lasts 6 seconds, incredible they needed that anchor.
Right? See the
right? Like
no.
how-
You're missing the point of the knot. So the sex happens, the dog penis and the dog vagina, and then like as he's finishing, as he's going, like the knot at the base of the penis is slowly swelling and getting larger inside the vagina, and somewhere around the time of ejaculation, some maybe a little before, maybe a little after, it has swollen to the point where now it can't come out. And so the dogs have to do that like ass to ass thing where they just sit and chill for a while they wait on the knot to deflate so they can separate. And this period of time is when the insemination is occurring, because it otherwise the semen would just come right out of the vagina, and the bitch might not be properly bred, as we say at my house.
Bread.
So it's it's to ensure fertilization.
Okay.
So if the dog were to lose his heart on a little quicker, like showing pictures of baseball, then there'd be no baby.
Correct.
Yeah.
Actually,
I think that would really turn him on. He'd love to see that baseball. He'd be like, yeah!
That's a fair
sees
point.
a tennis ball and just swelled right back up again.
But then
I went about this all wrong.
I think pigs have that corkscrew penis.
That's the
Are you sure? I'm going to Google pig dick.
Yeah, I might be thinking of the tail.
Yeah, please Google pig dick. I want that on your Google search.
I put pig penis. I'm not a weirdo.
I put I misspelled pig. I'm a genius.
It's corkscrew, isn't it?
This one's screwy. This one is not. Oh no, they're all a little screwy.
What do they say? Why?
Is yours an actual pig dick? Because I'm looking at a YouTube video. Ooh,
I look Google images and put
I
in
love
pig.
the look on Woody's face when he found the corkscrew. He went,
yeah, dude, and it came out like it appeared. Oh my god! So at first I thought it was going to come straight out and have a corkscrew, but no, it seems to do that on its way in and out.
Fuck
and this thing is going in like, whew. There's a
That's an
YouTube video
upgrade.
called "This is what a pig's penis looks like." You can Google it yourself, guys.
yeah.
This is just showing a recipe for pig penis on a stick.
Wow.
You know, if you didn't tell me that was pig dick, it doesn't look bad.
Yeah, and then I want to say, which animal is it that has the barbs on their penis?
Cat.
Well,
The cat. Yes. The
Barbs?
cat has. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's almost all of them. I think all cats. I think.
Whew, that's why you don't fuck a cat, folks.
let's see, cat
No,
penis.
that's why you don't get fucked by a cat, Kyle.
That's why you don't get fucked by a cat, folks.
Yeah, they're just kind of gross looking. There are some spines on there, definitely.
God
Well,
damn.
that's enough of that.
What sure do? What is the point?
It's just because cats are mean and they don't want anyone to
No,
enjoy.
not the spikes. The corkscrew on the pig.
Oh,
Why?
I don't know.
No idea. Maybe there's a corkscrew pussy, because that's how ducks are. Duck pussy is like a maze, and then
Really?
that duck
It's
dick
like a
shoots in there,
labyrinth.
and it goes.
That explains the trouble I was having.
Yeah.
That's the ruined
Just
thing.
keep your hand touching the right wall, and we'll make our way out of here.
Do swans have that? Or geese? Do geese have that? The maze thing? Because
Yeah. Now I gotta look up goose pussy
I was having some
Goose
trouble with
pussy.
the geese.
vagina.
Thought maybe
Looks
that'd
like-
explain it.
Do animal
geese.
genitalia.biz.
I like how bright that page is, Taylor. Like it looks like you're like trapped in like a basement or something. And there's like bright spotlight of goose vagina in your face right now. So
Taylor's
Oh, man.
monitor tans him.
It's just a whole article of different animals' dicks.
incredible.
Yeah, the ducks are really, really just awful. Oh, the ostrich dick. That's also there's something with birds and spiral penises.
Okay.
Well,
All right, well, I'm gonna
On
go ahead and
that
clear my history. So, Filthy, where can everybody find you?
Filthy Robot on Twitch, Filthy Robot on YouTube. That's probably the best places. I'm Filthy_Robot on Twitter. How about that?
There you
very
go.
nice.
All right. All right.
Anything else from our wonderful sponsors?
Nope, we are all good.
All right. Show's got to go 5 more seconds to hit 4 hours.
1, 2,
2,
Three,
3, 4,
four,
5.
PKA episode 506.